offer that tells the seller, I will show up.
Because when the seller is deciding who will get the keys and the metaphorical family photo album,
you want them to feel the best about handing them to you.
Get started with your rock-solid pre-approval by clicking on the blue button today at Accunet.com.
Wholesale mulch? No problem. We deliver to residential or wholesale accounts, and we can supply you with whatever volume of the highest quality mulch you need. Nobody around here has more mulch than Erickson's. We'll deliver you a 1-yard pickup truck load all the way up to 100 yards in a walking floor trailer. And if you just need a little bit, swing by and we'll fill up a 5-gallon bucket or two. It's the best mulch you'll find. Erickson's Landscape Supply. High quality mulch and stone for a whole lot less. Commercial or residential. Visit ericksonslandscapesupply.com to see our entire selection. Our decorative stone is available by the handful for pickup, all the way up to 24-ton load deliveries. And our stone is superlative. We scour the countryside, countrywide, from Arizona to the Carolinas. We search pretty much the whole U.S. of A. to find you easily the best stone selection in southeastern Wisconsin. See a rainbow of decorative stone colors to match any exterior decor. Erickson's Landscape Supply. High-quality mulch and stone for a whole lot less. Commercial or residential, visit ericksonslandscapesupply.com to see our entire selection.
Save on the best quality furniture and mattresses during the July Independence Day sale at Ken Michaels Furniture. With major discounts from our premier suppliers, you will save big on top brands like Bradington Young, made in the foothills of the Great Smoky Mountains. Bradington Young is known for its fine quality leather upholstery. Fjords brings you modern Scandinavian design recliners and sofas, ergonomically engineered for more hip and back support. Norwalk, with American roots that go back over 100 years, specializes in making furniture just for you. Choose the piece, style, fabric, or leather you want, and in just 35 days, we'll deliver your new sofa, chair, or sectional. In-stock or special orders are all sale priced. Need a little help putting it all together? At Ken Michaels Furniture, our design staff is ready to help you with your purchases, and it's free. Stop in today and save now during the Independence Day sale at Ken Michaels Furniture on Capitol Drive in Brookfield, Highway 100 in Greenfield, or our downtown Mattress Factory showroom.
On Wisconsin's Morning News, we profiled the average John or Jane Doe who had no idea when they got up one morning that they'd be saving a life, becoming everyday heroes. A 10-year-old 5th grader.
I was like 2 seats away from the stained glass windows. So they were like, the shots were like right next to me. My friend Victor like saved me though, because he laid on top of me, but he got hit. He's really brave, and I hope he's good in the hospital.
Everyday hero on Wisconsin's Morning News, presented by Azura Memory Care and Assisted Living, transforming the culture of care.
When the dust settles, only one team will be seeing red.
0-2 pitch. Struck him out with a changeup. That was filthy.
The Brewers take on the Reds tonight at American Family Field.
Swing and a miss. That's strike 2, and that one was at 102.
Our Brewers Radio Network game day coverage starts at 6:05. We are the home of the Brewers. 620 WTMJ, Milwaukee.
6 o'clock, I'm Vince Vitrano on Wisconsin's Morning News. It's Tuesday, June 30th. Our top story, a Milwaukee school goes up in flames.
I'm Telly Hughes, in for Eric Billstad. Another day of extreme heat.
I'm Debbie Lazaga. So far, looking pretty good out on the roads right now. I'm not really seeing any delays or any incidents that are going to slow you down just yet. So far, so good. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Extreme heat warning in effect until now, 7 o'clock tomorrow night. Sunshine, hot and humid. High of 95 degrees today in your Storm Team forecast. Heat index, the feels like temperature 105 tonight, remaining very muggy with a slight chance of storms to the north and a low of 77. We're at 78 right now, and from the WTMJ Breaking News Center, crews still on scene of a huge fire at Lincoln Avenue School. That's Milwaukee's near south side. Firefighters came in about 3 o'clock this morning responding to large flames, heavy black smoke coming from the roof. Milwaukee Fire Chief Aaron Lipsky is there. Said more than 100 firefighters are still working to put down the blaze.
Made extremely aggressive attempts to put the fire out from the inside. They were having trouble navigating the basement and the first floor because of a large amount of stored goods in the hallways. So they were having to clear that out as they were trying to advance their hose lines. Fire was coming up through the floor below them. At 3:36, the incident commander withdrew everybody, accounted for everybody, and we began a defensive posture.
Yeah, nobody hurt. The cause of the fire is still under investigation right now. Obviously, it is still smoldering.
The heat and humidity are here to stay, at least for most of the week. But why does it feel hotter now? WTMJ meteorologist Craig Copleen tells Wisconsin's Afternoon News this has to do with the heat index.
Our bodies cool themselves when sweat evaporates off our skin. Well, the drier the air is around you, the more efficiently or the quicker that evaporation process happens. When the air is very humid, that evaporation doesn't take place very quickly or hardly at all if it's humid enough. So our bodies perceive it to be even hotter than it would be if the air was dry.
Copleen says even at night, the lows will stay in the mid-70s and remain muggy, so it won't bring much relief.
Today expected to be another busy one for the U.S. Supreme Court. Among the major decisions coming down the pipeline, justices could decide on President Trump's attempt to block birthright citizenship.
Trump's order would deny automatic citizenship to children born in the U.S. to parents who are undocumented or only in the U.S. temporarily. Even some of the conservative justices seem skeptical of the Trump administration's case during arguments in the spring. Also today, the justices are set to rule on whether states can ban transgender girls from playing on girls' sports teams.
That's ABC's Karen Wall reporting.
The U.S. Supreme Court is keeping Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook on the job, rejecting President Trump's attempt to remove her over allegations of mortgage fraud. Annex Wealth Management Chief Economic Strategist Brian Jacobson tells WTMJ.
The Fed as an institution should be insulated, right? Not independent in the sense that they can just do whatever they want whenever they want. No, it should be insulated, though, from whatever the political winds of the moment are so that they can make better long-term decisions as it relates to monetary policy.
In the ruling, the justices say Cook must first have an opportunity to respond to the allegations before she can be removed.
Man accused of attacking his ex-girlfriend with a hatchet will spend 90 years in prison.
35-year-old Hayden Daffinson of Ripon pled guilty to attempted first-degree intentional homicide, first-degree sexual assault, and mayhem. Prosecutors say Daffinson planned the attack after the victim ended their relationship. Court documents show that Daffinson hit the woman 25 times with a hatchet while attempting a sexual assault and then left her for dead. Daffinson was sentenced to 90 years in prison. The woman who was attacked survived. Nizer Spencer, WTMJ News.
Coming up, more local efforts to support earthquake victims in Venezuela.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 6:05.
So I was at a family get-together, and my aunt and I were putting the finishing touches on dinner. And she said, "Honey, could you grab the dressing out of the fridge?" Well, when I opened the refrigerator door, I noticed something. And I said, "Aunt, it looks like a shelf in there is missing. What happened?" And she replied, "Oh, your uncle tipped a wine bottle in there, and one of the glass shelves shattered. And I'm certainly not going to buy a new fridge because of that." And I said, "Well, Aunt, you know my business solves problems like that. Just give me the dimensions of the glass, and we'll have it replaced, and the shelf will be good as new." And she said, "I never thought of that." And that's what made me think of letting you know that if you have any kind of problem with glass, if you come see us, there's a pretty good chance we can solve it. This is Stacy Sinks with Less's Glass Service. If it's a new glass shower door, fogged or broken insulated glass replacement, or affordable glass in your home decor that you've been looking for, you just can't pass on Less's Glass. Less's Glass Service, serving all of southeastern Wisconsin. Find us at lessglassservice.com.
It's WTMJ's Julia Fellow for Sweet Talks Medical Spa in Menominee Falls. If you're looking for expert care without that cold clinical vibe, Sweet Talks is where beauty, wellness, and self-confidence comes together in such a fun, welcoming space. Sweet Talks offers injectables, advanced skin treatments, even wellness services like weight loss or hormone optimization. Sweet Talks provides a comprehensive consultation designed just for you. Learn more at sweettalks.com.
The family-owned Mineshaft restaurant in Hartford is hiring line cooks, dishwashers, and third-shift cleaners. You'll make real money in a fun, busy atmosphere. Parents and grandparents, tell your kids. Inquire today and start next week. Visit mineshaftrestaurant.com.
It doesn't get any headlines just to be silently good. Big Fish Contracting, we say renovating homes, redeeming an industry.
It's so much more than just, okay, we're replacing your roof.
We're not only educating homeowners, but we're getting to know them and allowing them an opportunity to get to know us. And there's just such beauty in it, you know? If anyone is considering reaching out to us,
or you can check us out on our website, bigfishcontracting.com.
Outdoor Living Unlimited WTMJ news time is 6:07.
Brewers bats come alive just in time. Sports at 6:15.
The death toll from the earthquakes in Venezuela last week has now surpassed 1,700. The damage is hard to imagine, and for some people here in Milwaukee, it's deeply personal.
Chef Gregory Leone of Amalinda in downtown Milwaukee grew up in Venezuela. Much of his family still lives there.
There's buildings pancaked. In the capital, water has been shut off, gas has been shut off.
Luckily, Leone's family members are all okay, but many towns around them are not. He says inadequate infrastructure intensified the damage.
I mean, this would be a horrible thing to happen to any country. But think about a country that has no infrastructure because the government has not done what they need to do for their people. So it's quadrupled what's happened there. Like, these poor people are desperate for help.
Jessica Tai, WTMJ News.
Player with local ties will be on the field for Bosnia when that nation takes the pitch Wednesday against the U.S. in the World Cup.
SC Wave Youth Soccer Club president Sean Amini started coaching Esmir Barektarovic at the age of 10.
There was never a moment he didn't have a ball at his feet.
By 16, MLS clubs were lined up.
He waited until after his U16 year, and then at U17, we sent him out to New England.
To play for the Revolution, coached by a Marquette grad.
When you make that jump, you're giving up your family.
Barektarovic secured Bosnia's World Cup berth, scoring on a penalty kick that eliminated Italy. Next up, a knockout round matchup against the United States. Greg Matzik, WTMJ News.
Yeah, match scheduled to begin 7 p.m. our time tomorrow night.
Outdoor Living Unlimited WTMJ news time is 6:09.
You take pride in your Milwaukee area home. So why let it disappear when the sun goes down? At Blingle Premier Lighting, they create breathtaking landscape lighting that transforms your home into the showpiece of the neighborhood. Elegant uplighting, softly illuminated walkways, architectural lighting that highlights the beauty you've already invested in. Landscape lighting doesn't just make your home look incredible. It adds curb appeal, increases perceived value, improves safety, and creates an experience you enjoy every single night. In fact, it's the one thing homeowners never realize they want until they have it. And once they do, they can't imagine living without it. From luxury landscape lighting to permanent holiday lighting and patio lighting, Blingle designs custom systems built specifically for your home. No hassle, no stress, just a home that looks absolutely stunning after dark. See us at blingle.com/MKE. Blingle Premier Lighting. Your home will never look this beautiful. That's blingle.com/MKE.
Time saver traffic. Debbie, what do you got?
Well, we're looking at a really good ride right now. No major delays around the area. Just broken down, actually some debris on 894 eastbound right about at 27th Street. They're saying they may have to close off some lanes, but I'm not seeing anything there. And if it is there, there isn't any volume anyways to slow down. So we're looking really good. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
From TMJ4, I'm meteorologist Lindsay Slater with your Storm Team forecast. Today, high temperatures, another hot one in store for us with highs close to 95 degrees. Extreme heat warning in effect with heat index values over 105 degrees in some spots as we stay pretty sunny. Tonight, we're going back down into those upper 70s with a slight chance of showers and thunderstorms to the north. For Wednesday, highs are near 96 degrees as that extreme heat warning will remain in effect until 7 p.m. I do anticipate the heat index again over 105. Thursday, hot and humid with a slight chance of showers and storms with a high of 92. Friday, 91. Another hot and muggy day with another shot at storms to the north. And Saturday, 87 degrees for the 4th of July, and I am watching some storm chances.
Milwaukee's at 78 already.
Live from the Annex Wealth Management Studios at the Avenue in downtown Milwaukee, this is Wisconsin's Morning News. Now, here are your hosts, Vince Petrano and Telly Hughes.
Great to have you with us on this Tuesday morning, Wisconsin's Morning News. Good to see you, T.
Good to be here, Vince.
The giant Bob Uecker mural is done.
Whoa! That didn't take long at all!
It's done. Right. Looks amazing. Thought about Uecker on Monday. I was hosting a charity golf outing for cancer research, and we were out at North Hills Country Club, which, as you know, Telly, actually for me, it's the last place I saw and was able to talk with Bob before he passed.
Oh, wow.
A couple of years ago.
Yeah.
That was at the Vince Lombardi Classic, and North Hill's a favorite spot for Uecker.
Happening today on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Today, the big dedication for the mural. It's an 80 by 100 foot mural. It will be signed by the artist today, Mauricio Ramirez. Mr. Baseball immortalized on the wall of the Wintrust Financial Center. It's just off Wisconsin Avenue on Jackson Street downtown if you're looking for it.
As soon as the sun's out, I'm out there, and I wish I could paint 24 hours. This has got to be with the most care and with the most weight, on my shoulders to really paint this. About to get into that most difficult part of the mural, which is the portraiture works. I'm just really hyper-focused on making sure that I get all the details right.
So that's Ramirez talking about the process when he was partway through the work there, as you could tell. But it's done, but for his signature. So get there at 11:30 this morning if you want a free can of Miller Lite.
Oh, wow.
That'll work out.
That's a good incentive.
So they're going to have this big toast as they sort of officially dedicate the mural. Here's the rundown of what else to expect. So the program starts at noon. Lane Grindle from our broadcast team for the Brewers is going to host this program. The mayor is going to be there. The artist Mauricio Ramirez. Rick Schlesinger from the Brewers, president of business operations, will be there as well. They'll have the celebratory toast at 12:30. Ramirez is going to sign the mural at 12:35, and then until 2:30, then big old tailgate.
Oh, wow.
So that's a party. Celebration continues. Free brats, ballpark snacks, bottled water. They'll need a lot of that.
I was going to say, those brats aren't the only thing that'll be cooking today around
You
that
like
time.
brats? Yeah, I do. Entertainment and games provided, they say, by the Milwaukee Brewers dance crew, the street team. Going to be a DJ out there as well. Barrelman, racing sausages, the whole team on deck. Wintrust Financial Center, 731 North Jackson Street. It's on the north side of the building.
We'd be better off listening to adhesive tape.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer, providing equal employment, development, and advancement opportunities to all teammates and applicants. To learn more about careers with us, please send an email to talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com. That's talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com.
With that deadly virus from rodent droppings in the news recently, it really brings pest control top of mind, or it should. Vince Vitrano from my team at Bugman Queen Bee. They're based right here in West Dallas. It's more than unsightly or embarrassing. If you got critters, they can carry serious health risks for your family. You want to get that taken care of. Same goes for mosquitoes and ticks in the yard. And Adam, he's the bug man over there. He's got treatments for all of it. So they can do the full rodent inspection. They find out how the critters might be getting in. Then they work to get them out and then monitor to make sure that they're staying out. Indoor and outdoor treatments for creepy crawlies, stinging insects, and ticks that can carry Lyme disease. You get on the schedule now. Protect your home and yard. Protect your pets and your family through the summer. Tell them Vinny sent you. BugmanQueenBee.com.
Time for an update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports Desk.
The Brewers snapped a brief 2-game skid, beating division foe Cincinnati in the first of 3-game set at American Family Field, but it didn't look too promising early.
Ellie De La Cruz, the batter, runner at first and one out. Pitch is a fly ball to left and deep. Churrio's back at the track wall, gone. Ellie De La Cruz, a 2-run home run, his 13th of the season, and it's 3-0 Cincinnati.
That's right. That made it a 3-0 Cincinnati lead, but the Crew cut the lead to 1 in the 7th. Then
Terang, high, deep drive to center. Friedel back, Friedel turning, Friedel watching. Goodbye, we are tied.
Bryce Terang ties it 3-3, and that's where we are in the 8th when Jory Ortiz steps to the plate with 2 outs, a runner on second, and this happens.
The 1-1, and a fly ball to center, hit well. Friedel back at the track, at the wall. Joey goes deep.
Ortiz's second home run of the season is a 2-run game-winning shot to lift the Crew past the Reds 5-3, and everybody was overjoyed for Ortiz.
Going through everything he's had to go through this year, and then getting a chance to play short again, he makes an error, and then comes through the way he did. I can't tell you. The whole team is so happy for him.
Brandon Sproat will take the bump for the Brewers as they go for 2 in a row over the Reds. First pitch from AmFam Field is set for 6:40. Coverage begins at 6:05 right here on WTMJ. NBA free agency begins today, and for the first time in a long time, the Bucks will enter this free agency period with some financial flexibility. The Bucks are $15 million below the luxury tax and owns a $5.5 million biannual exception, which essentially means they can split that money amongst multiple players. Milwaukee did not tender a qualifying offer to Ousmane Dieng, making him an unrestricted free agent along with Andre Jackson Jr. After the Bucks did not pick up his player option, Gary Trent Jr. also opted out of his contract, becoming an unrestricted free agent. We'll see what other moves John Horst and the Bucks make during this offseason period. 23-time major champion and arguably the greatest woman to ever play the sport will make her official singles match play comeback today at Wimbledon after a nearly 4-year absence. Serena Williams, now 44, will take on 53rd ranked Australian Maya Joint in the first round at Wimbledon, and we'll see how her return goes. And at the World Cup, Paraguay stunned Germany to advance to the round of 16. Canada, Brazil, and Morocco have also moved on to the next round. The U.S. knockout round match against Bosnia is tomorrow, Wednesday night at 7 o'clock, and we'll see if the U.S. can join the round of 16.
How'd you like to be the young lady playing Serena today? Nobody on the planet wants you to win, except maybe your folks.
She may even be cheering for her.
Hey, I grew up loving Serena. Right, that's a tough draw. 6:18 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
I'm Matt Dorner, CEO of Milwaukee Downtown Bid 21. Our business leaders value downtown Milwaukee.
MGIC has been committed to downtown Milwaukee since our founding in 1957. I'm Tim Matke, CEO of MGIC. Downtown is a thriving community and a vibrant work environment that enhances our employee experience. We're proud to call downtown our home.
Get down to business at MilwaukeeDowntown.com.
This message reaches 1 million people or more every week. Spreading the gospel is more than one voice speaking to 1 million. It is and must continue to be 1 million voices, each speaking to one, pointing them to our friend Jesus.
The Lutheran Hour with Dr. Michael Ziegler.
The Lutheran Hour, Sunday mornings at 6:30 on WTMJ.
Aches and pains, tried the shots, tried the medications, don't want surgery. Vince Vitrano here for Connect Chiropractic with a story from another one of my fellow patients. Now, this is Beth's story. Her back and neck pain were so bad, it actually was causing a tremor that ran down her arm. Said she couldn't pour a cup of coffee. Beth told me she was skeptical, didn't understand how chiropractic adjustments with no twisting, no cracking, no popping could help her feel better. But just months into care with Connect Chiropractic, it's all gone. Results exceeding her expectations. Said she's glad she held off on having surgery, and she's pouring her own coffee once again. Delafield, Wauwatosa, and Oak Creek are the locations. Go Connect Chiro. That's goconnectchiro.com.
No matter what your summer sounds like, Summerfest is the place to be.
Congratulations!
And WTMJ is right in the middle of it. Come say hi as we broadcast live from the Summerfest grounds all festival long. From the Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin Mobile Studio, we're bringing Milwaukee's biggest summer tradition straight to you. Your soundtrack to summer, heard here on WTMJ.
Traffic is sponsored by Design Exchange in Heartland and Pewaukee. Design Exchange is where discerning buyers with discriminating tastes come to find premium home decor on consignment at 25 to 40% off retail prices in Heartland and Pewaukee.
Outdoor Living Unlimited.
WTMJ News Time, 6:21. Debbie, it's your turn.
All right. Well, we've got a crash now. Highway 16 right at the ramp to get onto eastbound 94. Left shoulder is blocked with that, so watch out for that. But otherwise, really looking good. Just a quick tap of the brakes between North Avenue and Burleigh on 41 northbound. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Extreme heat warning in effect goes until tomorrow night. Heat index today over 105 in some spots with an air temperature of 95 on the high end. Very muggy, mostly clear. Slight chance of storms north of Milwaukee tonight and a low of 77. For Wednesday, mostly sunny, hot and humid. Tracking a few storms near Fond du Lac and Sheboygan counties. Maybe the central part of the state as well. High of 96 on Wednesday. Thursday, hot and humid. Slight chance of showers and a high of 93. Looking ahead already to the holiday weekend, hot and muggy. Another shot at storms to the north on Friday with a high of 90. Right now, Independence Day looks like a high of 87 degrees with some storm chances. Right now, it's 78. .22 on Wisconsin's Morning News. Remember that time when Wisconsin was going to have online sports betting?
I do recall.
Yeah, well, what happened to that?
Yeah. It's interesting. We thought that was a for sure thing, and then hit some snags, I guess.
There are some processes and procedures underway, and WTMJ's Neil Doyle is in studio with us. You've been looking into this. Where are we on this?
Yeah, I mean, I think there are some out there who are wondering, why can't I start placing a wager? Well, it did get signed in April. Governor Evers signed the bill to allow online sports betting in the state. So it was signed, approved, everything was good. But there are still some steps that need to be taken. So I caught up with Jeff Zokodny, who is a senior news analyst with Covers.com, very big sports betting site. They cover betting throughout the country. And he's been keeping tabs on kind of what's happening here, specifically in Wisconsin.
The bill passing started a new process that will take potentially months more to complete before you start seeing these tribe-offered online sports books in Wisconsin.
So it's a little complicated in that regard as well. Unlike a lot of other states that have already legalized online sports betting through kind of a state-run regulatory framework, Wisconsin, a much different path, going through the tribe. So lawmakers made a bit of a change in that regard because there are not a lot of other places that go specifically through their tribal nations to allow online sports betting. So before anyone could start, sitting on their couch and placing a bet from their phone, the 11 tribes here in Wisconsin, they have to renegotiate their gaming compacts, and they have to do that among themselves, but then also with state leaders as well. So those agreements have to be finalized kind of within the state, and then they have to go to the federal government to get approval as well. So that's kind of where things stand right now, and those negotiations are happening. Governor Evers met just earlier this month with some of the tribal leaders.
These talks, I understand, they kind of kicked off earlier this month, and so it'll take time to reach those agreements, and then those agreements must be forwarded to the federal government for review and further approval there before these all can take effect.
And there was certainly, a bit of controversy around this when it was going through the legislature. And even Governor Evers himself kind of came out and said he wants something that is going to be equal for all 11 tribes. He signed the bill and he said, he had some maybe a little weary on some parts, but he wanted to make sure the model would benefit everybody, that it didn't, benefit just certain tribes here. And again, that's kind of part of why they need to still negotiate these gaming compacts. And part of that as well is kind of how the revenue will be shared. And again, it's very different. Wisconsin is kind of using this tribal gaming model, and it's different from states that just neighbor us, like Illinois and Iowa, that have already allowed online sports betting.
Wisconsin is different from a lot of other states in that they've gone this way with these federally reviewed and approved gaming compacts to bring legal online sports betting to the state.
There's really only one other state that's done this. They're calling it's this hub and spoke model. Again, allowing the tribes to run all of the gaming. Florida is the only other state that has a similar model. Now, the difference here, as Zokodny told me here, and again, he's from Covers, said, look, Florida's got just one tribe that's involved. That's the Seminole tribe. Here in Wisconsin, as I mentioned, we've got 11.
Yeah, it complicates things.
There's certainly quite a bit, of kind of coming to the table, agreeing on certain things when it comes to, the compacts. So that could kind of maybe complicate, some of this as well. And again, it's got to get approved by all the tribes, state leaders, and then they've got to get it to the federal government. So there are certainly still some steps before online wagers are going to be offered. Now, despite all of this, is Zokodny kind of making a prediction himself as he's been covering this? He thinks it could maybe get approved here maybe a little bit sooner than we think.
It's very possible you could have it done by the end of the year. I think if you're, just to piggyback on what I was saying earlier, if I'm thinking that the governor wants to get these compacts approved and off the federal government and before his term runs out, before he leaves office, I would also kind of think that he would want to see it, launched under his watch.
which I think kind of makes sense. It's like, look, Governor Evers agreed to sign this. He is going to be stepping out of office here by the end of the year. Would he want to see all of this get done under his watch? I mean, we'll have to see. But if they don't, it's going to be interesting because then it's going to be kicked to whoever is elected in November to kind of get all of this done and get it on the book. So again, still some steps that are going to be had here. But one thing is clear. I mean, online sports betting, it's coming to Wisconsin. It's just a question of kind of when, not if. So we'll see kind of how all this plays out.
Neil Doyle with some good investigating there on where we're at with the online sports gaming. Coming up on 6:30. Want to tell you the forecast today was sponsored by Big Fish Contracting. Visit bigfishcontracting.com. See how they're renovating homes and redeeming an industry. Tune into today's Brewers pregame show for the Big Fish roof update. They better keep that thing open. It is going to be steamy at AmFam tonight. News about your money this morning. WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. Dow Jones Industrial closed up 300 points. The NASDAQ was up more than 2%. And the S&P 500 at 7440 was up more than 1% in trading on Monday. Financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite, AnnexWealth.com.
Hey, John Mercure here from my friends at Dave Dragkamp Heating and Cooling, where your family's comfort is their family's tradition. If you're one of the many Wisconsinites just now realizing that old air conditioning system is unable to handle the summer heat, please give Dave Dragkamp a call ASAP. The longer you wait, the longer it takes. Maybe your system just needs some maintenance. And if that's the case, you can count on the honest experts at Dave Dragkamp to simply recommend a tune-up. It's why we've welcomed them into our home for more than a decade. Visit DaveDragkamp.com today. The teams I trust.
See Europe from a completely different perspective with Avalon Waterways. Fox World Travel is proud to offer Avalon's award-winning river cruises featuring their signature panorama suites with floor-to-ceiling windows. Wake up to a new postcard-perfect village every morning as you sail the Rhine, Danube, or Seine in total comfort. Whether you're a foodie or a history buff, Avalon has the perfect itinerary for you. Plus, ask about our special Fox exclusive offers. Start your journey at foxworldtravel.com or call 866-GO-FOX-GO.
WTMJ's Eric Bilstead here as we celebrate our country's independence. I'm telling my kids to keep the fireworks away from my garage doors from J.D. Griffiths. J.D. Griffiths installed our garage doors more than 3 years ago, and they still look brand new. They pop, I tell you. The time is now. Go to the website, jdgriffiths.com/WTMJ, to learn what they can do for you and schedule your free consultation. Celebrate the summer with brand new garage doors from J.D. Griffiths.
100 years ago, Bayview Shade & Blind opened its doors with a commitment to craftsmanship and care. Today, that same family spirit lives on in every home we serve. I'm Daniel Pahalski, one of the third-generation owners of Bayview Shade & Blind. We want to say thank you to the families and businesses who've supported us for 100 years.
Sharing a little sunshine for 100 years. Bayview Shade & Blind.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. The final rulings of this term from the Supreme Court are expected in a couple of hours. They will include decisions on whether President Trump's order limiting birthright citizenship can stand. There's another decision on trans girls in sports. Search teams still looking for survivors after the Venezuela earthquakes. ABC News Chief International Correspondent James Longman is there and says the devastation goes on and on.
We just saw building after building after building flattened, like concertina, pancaked, and you can see kind of strips of concrete where apartments once were. We saw, the streets, basically, it feels like the concrete on the roads is all kind of wavy.
Heat waves will be rising up in states from the Midwest to the Northeast this week. 160 million Americans under some sort of heat advisory. Bad weather has forced NASA to delay the launch of a robot designed to save a space telescope from burning up in the atmosphere. This is ABC News.
Well, it looks like we got a crash eastbound 94. Technically, it's on Highway 16 eastbound. It's on the ramp to 94 eastbound, though. So keep an eye out for that. It's off on the right shoulder. Other than that, we got some debris in the roadway, 894 eastbound at 27th Street. Looks like it's in the left lane, or between the left and center lane. Looks like it might be some tire debris. So just be careful if you're heading through there. Westbound 94, tightening up coming out of the stadium interchange towards Mitchell Boulevard. And northbound 41, backing up between North Avenue and Burleigh. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Storm Team forecast a high of 95 degrees today. Feels like temperature over 100. Very muggy and mostly clear tonight with a slight chance of storms to the north and a low of 77. Milwaukee right now at 80 already, and from the WTMJ Breaking News Center. Hot battle for firefighters this morning as crews remain on scene of a massive fire at Lincoln Avenue School. That's Milwaukee's near south side. The fire broke out about 3 in the morning. 18th and Lincoln is the address. Milwaukee Fire Chief Aaron Lipsky has been on scene, said more than 100 firefighters were part of this effort.
At present, we have Milwaukee Fire Department, West Dallas Fire Department, Greenfield, Greendale. We have the Milwaukee Fire Bell Club coming to rehab our firefighters. This humidity just saps you. We have the Milwaukee Police Department on scene, and we have had conversations with a representative of Milwaukee Public Schools as well. We have absolutely no idea what might have caused this just yet. We haven't had a chance to really dig in on that.
We do know nobody was hurt in the blaze.
Milwaukee police release body camera footage from an armed standoff.
Hands! Show us your hands!
Officers responded on June 12th to calls of a man with a gun making threats near 84th and Lynx. On the video, 22-year-old Jalen Brown asked for officers to, quote, shoot him before threatening officers and running into an apartment building. Police first tried negotiating with Brown and shot him. He later died at the hospital.
A week-long effort to collect food, water, and supplies in Milwaukee for Venezuelan earthquake relief efforts off to a great start.
The presence of Brewers catcher William Contreras and outfielder Jackson Churrio, both natives of Venezuela, brought hundreds to Blessed Sacrament Church for the first day of the United for Venezuela relief campaign. But their coach, Nestor Corredor, says it's the community's desire to help that will keep momentum going.
A lot of people believe in us. We can do it without you guys.
In addition to food and water, Forward Latinos Daryl Maureen says they're looking for housing and shelter supplies as well.
Lanterns, flashlights, batteries, all that is very much appreciated.
You can find a full list at WTMJ.com. Adam Roberts, WTMJ News.
Go ahead. Visitors to the Waukesha County Courthouse will have to use a new entrance starting this week.
Main entrance to the government complex at the courthouse will be closing for construction, and it'll be rerouted to the east side of the administration building, which will be the new temporary public entrance.
That's Waukesha County Facilities Manager Shane Wagee. This is all part of the county's ongoing courthouse renovation project, which started 3 years ago. Wagee says the temporary entrance will remain in place while construction continues through next year. The project is currently in its second phase, which is expected to cost around $114 million. Neil Doyle, WTMJ News.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 6:35.
This report sponsored by the Freighter and the Medical College of Wisconsin Health Network.
Heart disease won't stop us. Diabetes won't slow us down. Allergies, high blood pressure, shoulder pain, cancer. Nothing will keep us from pushing Wisconsin ahead. Because with the Freighter and the Medical College of Wisconsin Health Network, forward progress is what we stand for. That means always pushing and always innovating. With new technologies and breakthrough treatments that make life better, whether we're sick or well. It means providing more convenience and more ways to receive medical excellence for all your health needs, for big and small. It means being there for you, our family, caring for yours. So let's keep raising the bar. Let's keep testing the limits of what medicine can do. Let's push ahead and make life here as great as it can be. Visit Freighter.com to find out how.
Traffic is sponsored by TaybackAttorneys.com. Veterans benefits denied? Call Tayback for the payback. Tayback Law fights for those who fought for us. If you're a vet and have been wrongfully denied the VA benefits you're entitled to, call Tayback for the payback. TaybackAttorneys.com.
Shopping for new windows and doors shouldn't feel like a negotiation. Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin doesn't believe in games. They never inflate pricing, and there's no high-pressure sales pitch. Just premium windows and doors built for long-term comfort, beauty, and peace of mind. Buy direct through Pella, and one trusted team handles everything with Pella certified installers every step of the way. Real pricing, premium quality, no games. Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. Schedule your free in-home consultation today at PellaWI.com.
Hey, better. Swing into Potawatomi Casino Hotel Milwaukee for the $300,000 Big League Series. Just play with your rewards card over 3 months to earn entries. Here's the lineup. Leading off April, on deck May, in the hole June. All monthly entries you earn will roll into drawings on Friday, June 26th.
where you could win cash, free play, or one of 3 new Toyota vehicles. It's the $300,000 Big League Series, only at Potawatomi. More info online. Must be 21 and a rewards member to play.
Outdoor Living Unlimited WTMJ news time is 6:37.
Serena holds court at Wimbledon today. Sports at 6:45. I don't know why we talk about this, but we do. It's sort of like the dance that we dance. Would you like the holiday travel numbers, Kelly? Are you?
I look forward to them every time because they always seem to be record-setting numbers every single holiday.
I will say this for the value of this story. It's a little bit of a unique situation because on top of it just being the Independence Day holiday, we've got America 250, so it's a big one. You also have the World Cup still in North America, many of the matches taking place here in the country. So airports bracing for tens of millions of passengers. Here's News Nation's Brooke Schaefer.
American Airlines says this 4th of July will be a record for them, too. 8 million customers expected to fly that airline alone this holiday. TSA says it expects to screen nearly 18.7 million travelers starting today through Monday, July 6th. And because of those World Cup games, too, TSA says it has increased staffing at airports in host cities in the U.S., preparing for a surge of travelers.
As for the busiest day, TSA predicting Thursday for travel through the holiday weekend is probably their peak day of when they're screening everybody. Because you got to be there by the 4th.
Exactly. Right? And everyone, it seems like will have the same idea to say, let's get there by the 2nd and we'll beat the traffic.
Yeah,
but
beat the traffic.
If everybody's thinking the same thing, it's not going to happen.
Then you become the traffic.
You become the traffic.
6:39 on Wisconsin's Morning News. Welcome to another episode of The Human Advantage. This is where we explore the latest in employee growth and hiring trends and how your company and your people can take advantage. Brought to you by LAK Group, helping organizations and professionals harness their true potential. LAK, discover your human advantage. Today with Mike Grubich, co-owner of LAK. And Mike, a lot of companies talk about finding talent, but fewer have a real strategy for developing that talent from within.
That's right, Vince. They're getting better, but it's still tough finding people who are a perfect fit for both the role and the culture of the company. For organizations and their leaders, the real competitive advantage now is building a sustainable pipeline of talent, growing people who will perform, grow, and stay with your organization for a long period of time. It takes more than just a few workshops or a classroom experience. It requires ongoing career development and good conversations, and also blending things like coaching and AI and other development tools to help them grow.
So let's talk about how LAK actually helps companies do that, Mike.
We build a suite of career development resources from early career to emerging leader to senior leader that combines human coaches, an AI coach, AI-driven scenarios and insights, and a partnership with LinkedIn Learning to give people a good resource for their development on demand. Our Oriel platform personalizes development plans. It supports managers in the real-time conversations, and it gives organizations data on who's ready for the roles and what's next. The result is an internal staff who grow with the business and stay with your organization.
And with this stuff, Mike, there's a real return on the investment, right?
Absolutely. When you develop people from within, you see reduction in your turnover costs, you see reduction in your hiring costs, and you see a faster time to competence in a role. We have a customer where their sales professionals are selling at about 3 times a higher rate than others on the team based on the development that they've had and the selection of the right salespeople. One other organization has seen the turnover in their sales force reduced by almost 50% because they're using assessments to hire the right fit.
Good stuff, Mike. If you or your company need coaching or career development or LAK's new coaching on demand platform, head to LAK's website, transformingcareers.com. 641, checking in with Debbie here.
Yeah, we do have a little bit of a backup on southbound 41 coming in from Appleton Avenue down to Capitol Drive. Northbound between North Avenue and Burleigh is going to be the heaviest stuff. We've got eastbound Highway 16 connecting to 94 eastbound. We've got the right shoulder block with a crash right in that area. Not really seeing too many delays with it, just something to keep in mind, to be aware. Westbound on 94, backing up right through the stadium interchange to Mitchell Boulevard. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Storm Team forecast, a high of 95 degrees today. Will feel like more than 100 in some spots with the heat index. Very muggy, mostly clear. Slight chance of storms to the north tonight, low down to 77. And tomorrow's high, 96 degrees. Right now at 80. Space news this morning.
happening today on Wisconsin's Morning News.
NASA scheduling 2 astronauts for a spacewalk to conduct repairs on the International Space Station, a 6-hour mission expected to commence later this morning. But another entirely separate effort endeavors to save a couple of space telescopes, including the Hubble, pushed into precariously lower Earth orbit, threatening their ability to even remain in space. Joined now by ABC News national correspondent Jim Ryan this morning. Boy, Jim, the Hubble and the Swift, these have helped us see to the edges of the universe. What's happening with them?
Yeah, specifically, let's look at Neil Gehrels Swift Observatory. It was launched in 2004, Vince, and since then it's been sending back these incredible images of stars at the end of their lives. Essentially, it records explosions out in space, but for the last couple of years, it's been falling out of orbit, right? And if this happens much longer, it's looking at some real trouble, according to Regina Caputo of NASA.
Swift will re-enter the atmosphere, and so there's nothing to lose.
In other words, it's going to burn up in space. We don't want that to happen. It cost $500 million to launch that observatory. So here's the goal. NASA got together with a startup company called Catalyst and said, hey, what can you do about this? Catalyst, less than a year ago, designed this whole program, a robot. It's going to be loaded into a rocket. It's going to be sent up. The robot will latch on to the Swift Observatory, the camera, and hoist it up into orbit by about 100 miles higher than it is now, which should give it another 10 years of life, Vince.
What are the prospects of that working, Jim?
Okay. Hard to say. Catalyst isn't making any guarantees about that because it's never been done before. So, and there are lots of, you talked a minute ago about the spacewalk to go out and do maintenance on International Space Station. There's a problem. The Swift Observatory is essentially a camera in space. It doesn't have any handles or hooks on it. That's a
interesting
problem. So the robot needs to go up, first of all, and figure out a way to latch onto that thing, and then without damaging anything, messing up the lens, lift it up higher into orbit. So, yeah, lots of challenges here with this.
Exciting times in space. We'll keep an eye on it. Thank you, Jim Ryan from ABC This Morning. Good to talk to you, Jim.
Thanks, Vince.
And may we all, citizens the world over, see these events through. Godspeed and good luck to you.
I'm WTMJ's Sandy Max. What makes senior living at Three Pillars so special?
The welcomeness. People are so friendly. If you have a problem, you can go to anybody. The community and the sense of safety provided for my mom and dad, and it's just like the most wonderful place to be.
They're just delightful, everyone. I don't see staff, I see friends. Aww. And I really do feel that.
And you couldn't live in more beautiful grounds.
Schedule a tour today at threepillars.org.
When your AC doesn't have to work as hard, it's going to last longer. Same will go for your furnace as well. This is a timely spot. Vince Vitrano for USA Insulation. Don't you wish you had it now? Makes sense, right? You're keeping the cool air in with an insulation job from USA. It gives your AC a break, or at least causes it to not have to crank the entire time. Not only helps you save on your electric bills through the summer, but also keeps your unit from burning out too soon. Summer heating up, heat indices north of 100 degrees for the next couple of days, but your home doesn't have to be hot inside. Let's get my man Jeff out to your place to get your project started now. Now they're going to get super busy now as everybody's thinking about it, so call soon. Jeff, tell Jeff that I told you that you want those government rebates and discounts from $1,200 to up to $4,000, depending on what type of project you go with. Get started at usainsulation.net.
Time for an update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports Desk.
The Brewers snapped a brief 2-game skid, beating Division foe Cincinnati in the first of a 3-game set at American Family Field, but it didn't look too promising early.
Ellie De La Cruz, the batter, runner at first and 1 out. The pitch is a fly ball to left and deep. Churrio's back at the track wall, gone. Ellie De La Cruz, a 2-run home run, his 13th of the season, and it's 3-0 Cincinnati.
The Crew cut the lead to 1 in the 7th. Then
Terang, high, deep drive to center. Friedel back, Friedel turning, Friedel watching. Goodbye, we are tied.
Terang ties it, and that's where we are in the 8th when Joey Ortiz steps to the plate with 2 outs, a runner on second, and this happens.
The 1-1. And a fly ball to center. Hit well. Friedel back at the track. At the wall. Joey goes deep.
Ortiz's second home run of the season is a 2-run game-winning shot to lift the Crew past the Reds 5-3, and everybody was overjoyed for Ortiz.
Going through everything he's had to go through this year, and then getting a chance to play short again, he makes an error, and then comes through the way he did. I can't tell you. The whole team is so happy for him.
Brandon Sproat will take the bump for the Brewers as they go for 2 in a row over the Reds. First pitch from AmFam Field is set for 6:40. Coverage begins at 6:05 right here on WTMJ. NBA free agency begins today, and for the first time in a long time, the Bucks will enter this free agency period with some financial flexibility. The Bucks are $15 million below the luxury tax and owns a $5.5 million biannual exception, which essentially means they can split that money amongst multiple players. Milwaukee did not tender a qualifying offer to Ousmane Dieng, making him an unrestricted free agent along with Andre Jackson Jr. after the Bucks did not pick up his player option. Gary Trent Jr. also opted out of his contract, becoming an unrestricted free agent. We'll see what other moves John Horst and the Bucks make during this offseason period. 23-time major champion and arguably the greatest woman to ever play the sport will make her official singles match play comeback today at Wimbledon after a nearly 4-year absence. Serena Williams, now 44, will take on 53rd ranked Australian Maya Joint in the first round at the All England Club. And at the World Cup, Paraguay stunned Germany to advance to the round of 16. Canada, Brazil, and Morocco have also moved on to the next round. The U.S. knockout round match against Bosnia is tomorrow night at 7 o'clock, and we'll see if the U.S. can join the round of 16.
It's 6:49 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Dave Spano, CEO of Annex Wealth Management, a fee-only fiduciary.
Fee-only fiduciary really further separates the folks that either say fiduciary some of the time or best interests altogether. And it's not just that alone. It is, of course, everything else that we can bring to the table that just isn't asset management. It is estate planning, tax planning, financial planning, all of it wrapped together in one transparent fee.
Know the difference with Annex Wealth Management. Click the Get Started button at annexwealth.com.
You have a problem, we have a solution. Vince Vitrano for Inspired Closets, Milwaukee. Those are words my friends Katie and Dan live by. Pretty simple, right? Think about what's chaotic in your house right now. Kids are back home now. Maybe summer sports in full swing. How does it look around the entryway? Full of shoes and flip-flops that have no home? You pull into the garage, you got bikes and golf bags and lawn equipment. Everybody hangs out in your kitchen all the time, but your cabinets are not built for storage, so there's always a mess on the counter. Katie and Dan have real solutions for all of these chaos causes, and they work with you and within your budget to transform your home. You have a problem, we have a solution. InspiredClosetsMilwaukee.com.
No matter what business you're in, as the #1 SBA lender in Wisconsin, Summit Credit Union helps your vision take shape with loan programs, great rates, and strategic solutions.
Awarded the #1 SBA lender by the Small Business Administration of Wisconsin in 2025.
When you've been injured, you need a winning team on your side. Gruber Law Offices will fight for the results you deserve. Call Gruber Law Offices today, a proud partner of your Milwaukee Brewers. One call, that's all.
Keeping you updated on culture and creativity. What's on Tap with Sandy Max.
The sights, the sounds, the smells, and the smiles of Summerfest.
Almost 40 years, we've only missed maybe 2. Wow. We have a tradition. Every year we buy the lineup t-shirt. We don't have enough drawers in the house anymore. Someday they'll become a quilt.
This is the best part of the summer for all of us. This is the spark that got me into loving music.
What's on Tap, weeknights at 6 on WTMJ. And the What's on Tap podcast on WTMJ.com.
Traffic is sponsored by the famous Fox & Hounds restaurant near Holy Hill.
Buy one dinner, get one free tonight at the historic Fox & Hounds Supper Club, including steak and lobster. And desserts are buy one, get one free. Tables are open, foxandhoundsrestaurant.com.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee. From the Annex Wealth Management Studios. This is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
Checking in on the roads, time saver traffic. Debbie?
Yeah, we are seeing delays right now because of that accident. Well, actually, no, it's gone now. Hey, pop. The accident on Highway 16 at 94 has been cleaned up. Southbound on 41, backing up from Appleton Avenue to Capitol, northbound from about Mayfair Road up to Burleigh. Westbound 94, slowing down from 35th Street to Mitchell Boulevard. Eastbound is backing up from the stadium to about 35th. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Your Storm Team forecast, temperatures in the 90s at least through Friday. Today's high 95 with a heat index over 100 in some spots right now. High temperature on Independence Day predicted at 87 degrees. Some storm chances, so we'll keep an eye on that as that day comes closer into focus toward the end of the week. Tuesdays with Lori, weekend 3 of Summerfest 2026 on Thursday. That's when it returns. 2 challenges I want to focus on for the big gig. Friend of the program, Milwaukee Journal Sentinel's Lori Nickel. Good news is, Lori, and Summerfest is not and has not for years released ongoing attendance numbers, which under Bo Black, they used to do multiple times a day. But anecdotally, feel like it's been a really good year for a lot of fans. But I'm hearing some issues with fans coming down, trying to get near Summerfest to park or even drop people off, kind of gridlock in the Third Ward. That was certainly your experience.
Well, my experience is actually taking the shuttle buses to avoid all that because there's so much construction everywhere as well. I thought,
so does that work, though?
Well, The bus works, right. Getting there, getting home was my issue. Yeah.
Really? Okay. So the shuttle buses that drop, so what are you talking about? Are you talking about the parking rides? Or are you talking about I go to Joe Spanky's bar or whatever and I ride on that bus? Not that you frequent some bar that I just made up.
I thought about that too. Yeah, like Natty Oaks or something like that. But yes, I took I did the parking ride.
Okay, yeah.
It was full. I did get a parking ticket there for $40 because I made up a parking spot. I was kind of sad that I've never gotten a ticket there before. You know, they let people get creative, but not this year. My issue, Vince, was leaving at midnight. The problem that they're having with Summerfest is that the line to get on the shuttle service, the Milwaukee County Transit shuttle services, it's underneath the Hone Bridge there. It's right at Midgate. There's no markers, there's no dividers, there's no crowd control. And so after Ed Sheeran let out like Thursday night to get on that thing after midnight, that crowd was so bad it felt like it could be a potential trampling experience or really congested area. People were skipping. And I was standing in the middle of this thing. I'm a tall person. I am not tiny. And I felt very concerned about getting pushed from all areas. Kids were coming in and pushing us up and there's nowhere to go. There's a metal gate there and stuff. And the security guards were just sort of away from all that, just watching it. So this was my issue.
Lori, do you think that it's like that every single weekend, or it just depends on who the headliner is that will determine the massive crowds?
That's a great point. Because I went on Saturday, so I was there Thursday and Saturday, and I go to Summerfest multiple times every summer. I think it's an issue until somebody speaks up on social media and gets upset about it. And so I noticed on Saturday, I left my concert early. I left her performance and sprinted to beat this rush, the end of Summerfest rush, because the curfew is supposed to be 11 p.m. And I had a strategy. And with that strategy, I noticed the same security guards were there because, of course, I videoed all this. And they were actually designating some lines this time, and they had some control. So I got on a bus. This was before the big crush, though. There's a huge crush when all these concerts let out roughly around the same time, 11 p.m., 11:10 p.m. Then everybody gets to that Midgate and these shuttle services. That's when I wonder, have they finally gained some control? Because there aren't physical dividers. There aren't markers like you see at the airport or other places, or Disney, where they have specific barricades to move the crowd. This was all just controlled by the security people on Saturday night. And even then, people were trying to skip and get ahead. So they had control of it 2 nights later. And it might not be an issue this weekend because it's a holiday weekend and there might not be as much regular traffic and maybe not as much attendance, but I think it's a real concern. People that were around me were really getting scared and one woman was having a little bit of an anxiety attack because you couldn't move. You couldn't even get out of the way or take the next bus. You were going to be dictated by whatever those other kids were doing who were pushing us ahead.
Well, it's good to know they're on top of it since then. How'd you like the show? That was standing. How was Ed Sheeran?
Oh my God. Ed Sheeran was great. Miles Smith was great. Audrey Nuna was great. Summerfest is my favorite thing about Milwaukee and living here and putting up with winters all year. The concerts were incredible. It's totally worth it. And that shuttle service is worth it. It's the only time all year where we get to have something like this. So I always take advantage of it. I wish we had more of these opportunities, but the concerts were perfect.
Lori Nickel with us. Hope to talk to you after Independence Day. Hope it's a great holiday weekend for you. Thanks, Lori.
Good to see you at Pickleball.
Oh, yeah. Thanks also for coming by on that. That was, she forgot to mention, Telly, the highlight of her Summerfest experience.
Right.
Taking that. See you, Lori.
Totally. See ya.
These are your business headlines from the Milwaukee Business Journal.
The Wisconsin Center District appoints Board Chair Jim Cantor as Chief of Staff. Cantor will receive $30,000 per month for the 30-hour-a-week interim position. It's unclear how long Cantor is expected to stay in the role. The U.S. Secret Service will occupy roughly 5,000 square feet on the fourth floor of the Pabst Professional Center in Milwaukee's Brewery District. The build-out of the Milwaukee office will cost $610,000 according to a permit application. Landmark Credit Union plans 5 Madison area branches by the end of 2027. The branches include 2 Madison locations and offices in Middleton, Sun Prairie, and Waunakee. I'm Logan Hansen from MilwaukeeBusinessJournal.com on 620 WTMJ.
Fireworks Nation Superstore Lomira has the biggest bang for your buck. Get 60% off specials, instant rewards, and our no-dud guarantee. Experience Fireworks Nation's huge showroom. Truly one of a kind in Wisconsin and worth your drive. Save big money on fireworks. Fireworks Nation Superstore. Highway 41 and 67 across from Piggly Wiggly, Lomira. Fireworks Nation Superstore. Save big money on fireworks. FireworksNation.com. Fireworks Nation Superstore Lomira has the biggest bang for your buck. Get 60% off specials, instant rewards, and our no-dud guarantee. Experience Fireworks Nation's huge showroom. Truly one of a kind in Wisconsin and worth your drive. Save big money on fireworks. Fireworks Nation Superstore. Highway 41 and 67 across from Piggly Wiggly, Lomira. Fireworks Nation Superstore. Save big money on fireworks. FireworksNation.com.
You know, I mean, your home is about as personal as it gets, right?
We want to build a relationship with homeowners, not only educating them, but we're getting to know them and allowing them an opportunity to get to know us.
Yeah, the interview goes both ways. Mm-hmm. Getting to know people while also serving them. It's so much more than just, okay, we're replacing your roof.
Besides that, it's just the right thing to do. See how Big Fish Contracting is renovating homes and redeeming an industry at bigfishcontracting.com.
No matter what your summer sounds like, Summerfest is the place to be.
Congratulations.
And WTMJ is right in the middle of it. Come say hi as we broadcast live from the Summerfest grounds all festival long from the Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin Mobile Studio. We're bringing Milwaukee's biggest summer tradition straight to you. Your soundtrack to summer, heard here on WTMJ. When the dust settles, only one team will be seeing red.
0-2 pitch. Struck him out with a changeup. That was filthy.
The Brewers take on the Reds tonight at American Family Field.
Swing and a miss. That's strike 2, and that one was at 102.
Our Brewers Radio Network game day coverage starts at 6:05. We are the home of the Brewers. 620 WTMJ, Milwaukee.
Just after 7 o'clock, I'm Vince Vitrano on Wisconsin's Morning News. Tuesday, June 30th, our top story. Milwaukee fire crews battling the heat and a massive blaze at an elementary school.
I'm Telly Hughes in for Eric Billstadt. Sweltering heat continues to impact southeast Wisconsin.
I'm Debbie Lazagas. Got some backups on 41 southbound from Appleton Avenue down past Capitol Drive, northbound from Mayfair Road up to Burleigh. Westbound 94, you're backing up from about 35th Street all the way past Hawley Road. The eastbound side slowing down from Mitchell Boulevard all the way to about 35th Street. 43 so far, nice and clear. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
High of 95 degrees today in your Storm Team forecast. Heat index over 105 in some spots. Tonight's low 77. Already at 81 in Milwaukee. And from the WTMJ Breaking News Center, crews are still on scene battling a huge fire at Lincoln Avenue School on Milwaukee's near south side. Let's go live to WTMJ's Nazir Spencer on scene.
Yeah, firefighters were called to the school near 18th and Lincoln around 3 o'clock this morning. Large flames and heavy black smoke were seen coming from the roof of the building. Milwaukee Fire Chief Aaron Lipsky says over 100 firefighters are still working to put out the blaze. Now, what I'm seeing here at 7 o'clock, it's a lot of white smoke, a lot of officers here directing traffic, people outside of their homes trying to see what is going on this morning as they wake up or return from work this morning. Lipsky said crews had to be pulled out of the building this morning due to the large flames. He also mentioned the hot and humid conditions are making it kind of tough for firefighters to direct themselves through the school and put out this fire this morning. Now, Lipsky says no one was hurt and crews are still working to get the fire under control. Once they do that, they'll be able to investigate what caused the fire here on 18th and Lincoln.
Nazir Spencer, thank you for that update. We won't get any relief from the warm and humid air for the next few days. WTMJ meteorologist Craig Copleen.
Be aware of what extreme heat is going to do to any medications you're taking or your body and how it's going to react to the heat that you're having to deal with. And at night, too, lows are going to be at their lowest in the mid 70s, and it's going to remain warm and muggy, too.
Copleen says we aren't expecting any chances for rain in the forecast until possibly tomorrow.
U.S. Supreme Court expected to rule as early as today on President Trump's attempt to ban birthright citizenship for some and ban transgender girls from participating in youth sports for boys' teams.
The justices are set to rule on whether states can ban transgender girls from playing on girls' sports teams. 15-year-old Becky Pepper Jackson sued to overturn West Virginia's ban.
I've been a girl forever, and playing on the guys' team is going backwards.
The state argues banning transgender girls will keep competition fair. But Becky's family says she never went through male puberty and has no physical advantage.
ABC's Karen Hua reporting.
The man accused of attacking his ex-girlfriend with a hatchet will spend 90 years in prison. 35-year-old Hayden Daffinson of Ripon pled guilty to attempted first-degree intentional homicide, first-degree sexual assault, and mayhem. Prosecutors say Daffinson's attack last year was premeditated after the relationship ended. Court documents show that Daffinson hit the woman 25 times with a hatchet while attempting a sexual assault and then left her for dead. The woman survived.
Former Milwaukee Bucks star Malik Beasley has been indicted now in the latest round of charges in the FBI sports gambling investigation.
Prosecutors allege that while playing for the Bucks in 2024, Beasley agreed to alter his performance based on prop betting trends. According to the indictment, the scheme involved hundreds of thousands of dollars and included several former NBA players. Beasley has not appeared in a game since the investigation became public last year. Back in April, former Bucks guard Damon Jones became the first person to plead guilty in the gambling probe that led to the arrests of more than 30 people. Neil Doyle, WTMJ News.
Coming up, a special debut at American Family Field.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 7:05.
Save on the best quality furniture and mattresses during the July Independence Day sale at Ken Michaels Furniture. With major discounts from our premier suppliers, you will save big on top brands like Bradington Young, made in the foothills of the Great Smoky Mountains. Bradington Young is known for its fine quality leather upholstery. Fjords brings you modern Scandinavian design recliners and sofas, ergonomically engineered for more hip and back support. Norwalk, with American roots that go back over 100 years, specializes in making furniture just for you. Choose the piece, style, fabric, or leather you want And in just 35 days, we'll deliver your new sofa, chair, or sectional. In-stock or special orders are all sale priced. Need a little help putting it all together? At Ken Michaels Furniture, our design staff is ready to help you with your purchases. And it's free. Stop in today and save now during the Independence Day sale at Ken Michaels Furniture on Capitol Drive in Brookfield, Highway 100 in Greenfield, or our downtown Mattress Factory showroom.
100 years ago, Bayview Shade and Blind opened its doors with a commitment to craftsmanship and care. Today, that same family spirit lives on in every home we serve. I'm Daniel Pahalski, one of the third-generation owners of Bayview Shade and Blind. We want to say thank you to the families and businesses who've supported us for 100 years.
Sharing a little sunshine for 100 years. Bayview Shade and Blind.
A buck doesn't buy much unless you're spending it at Griffin. For just $1 over cost, you can buy brand new tires from us. This is Jim Griffin. Any major brand, $1 over our cost with free tire repair and lifetime rotation. We'll even show you the invoice to prove it. Our only requirements, we put them on for you. Buy one or the whole set. The dollar deal from Griffin. Milwaukee and Waukesha. Griffin. The buck stops here, but the deals on tires don't. That's Griffin.
Not combinable with other tire offers. Accident Mortgage is an equal housing lender. NMLSConsumerAccess.org, number 255368.
Don't settle for a flimsy bank pre-approval. Get the pre-approval listing agents and sellers recognized as better than the rest. The rock-solid guaranteed pre-approval from AccuNet. Get yours by clicking on the blue button at accunet.com.
Outdoor Living Unlimited WTMJ News Time is 7:08.
Brewers bats come alive just in time. Sports at 7:15.
A new report shows the Milwaukee area continues to be one of Wisconsin's economic engines, according to the financial tech company Smartaset. 3 of the state's 10 wealthiest counties are Waukesha, Ozaukee, and Washington. Milwaukee County ranks 52nd. MMAC senior advisor Tim Sheehy tells Wisconsin's Midday News.
More people drive into Milwaukee County to earn their living and then take that living home. And if you add that all up, Milwaukee County distributes $7.8 billion annually of net income to the surrounding counties.
Waukesha County also leads the state in average income and home values.
Milwaukee's newest orchestra made its Brewers debut.
The Milwaukee Community Orchestra got into the patriotic spirit early ahead of the holiday weekend.
It was like checking something off on my bucket list. I'm a big Brewers fan. I have been since I was a kid. So getting to do something as monumental as play the national anthem in front of so many people was really cool.
Kelly Windsor plays viola and says the biggest challenge was the memorization.
We did the audition tape and then a couple of mini rehearsals during group time, but it was mostly practice at your own whim and be ready to go.
At American Family Field, Jessica Gatso, WTMJ News.
Nice. Milwaukee Community Orchestra plays another Brewers game coming up July 18th. 7:09 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Slide into your neighborhood Century Food Store to score the freshest produce, tastiest treats, and everything in between. Now through Wednesday, save on 8 to 16-ounce selected varieties, Old Dutch Tortilla, Dutch Crunch, Ripple Chips, or Salsa, 2 for $5.50. 48-ounce selected varieties, Cedar Crest Ice Cream, $3.99. Fresh 85% lean ground beef, $5.49 a pound. Whole seedless watermelon, $4.99.
Safe.
Every time I scan, what is happening?
A leaping grab at the wall.
Okay, fine, I'll play. Get a load of this watermelon. And here's the pitch.
Please wait for assistance.
Win Century Foods Ultimate Fan Experiences at Milwaukee baseball games. Throw out the first pitch, hold the ribbon for the Johnsonville famous sausage race, or watch batting practice from the field.
Ooh, what do I do?
Complete the entry form in Century's weekly ad and return to the store.
Oh, no, what happened here?
Oh, self-checkout couldn't handle my heater. Here, I filled out my entry form. Gotta go. Have a great day.
I'll go get the mop.
Enter by August 5th.
Traffic is sponsored by TaybackAttorneys.com. Social Security benefits denied? Call Tayback for the payback. Unable to work due to health problems? Let Tayback help you get approved for the Social Security benefits you're entitled to. Call Tayback for the payback. TaybackAttorneys.com.
Time saver traffic at 7:10. Debbie?
Well, southbound on 41, backing up from just south of Silver Spring down past Capitol Drive. Northbound's backing up from about Mayfair Road up to Burleigh. Westbound 94 still tight through the stadium to Hawley Road. Eastbound from Mitchell Boulevard to 35th Street. Overall, we're looking pretty good across the rest of the system. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
From TMJ4, I'm meteorologist Lindsay Slater with your Storm Team forecast. Today, high temperatures, another hot one in store for us with highs close to 95 degrees. Extreme heat warning in effect with heat index values over 105 degrees in some spots as we stay pretty sunny. Tonight, we're going back down into those upper 70s with a slight chance of showers and thunderstorms to the north. For Wednesday, highs are near 96 degrees as that extreme heat warning will remain in effect until 7 p.m. I do anticipate the heat index again over 105. Thursday, hot and humid with a slight chance of showers and storms with a high of 92. Friday, 91. Another hot and muggy day with another shot at storms to the north. And Saturday, 87 degrees for the 4th of July, and I am watching some storm chances.
Milwaukee's at 81.
Live from the Annex Wealth Management Studios at the Avenue in downtown Milwaukee, this is Wisconsin's Morning News. Now, here are your hosts, Vince Petrano and Telly Hughes.
7:12 on Wisconsin's Morning News. It was a 7-hour meeting, at the end of which there was a proposal to move a redevelopment plan for Milwaukee's Midtown Center forward.
If there is no second, well, then the motion fails.
Some folks who hung in there for the whole 7 hours were happy about it. Not even a second, much less a yes vote. So a plan to build a library, some housing, storage, and controversially, a small data center on a long vacant plot of land on Capitol Drive failed to get past the City Plan Commission. Now, dozens of people testified in opposition of the proposal, some still disrupting the hearing as the vote was coming down.
So this is the motion on the floor. Okay, but there's no time limit on a motion. So let me just.
Okay, well, despite the fact that the once anchor of the property, and we called it Capitol Court when we were kids, Telly, because that's what it was. But there was a Walmart there for a long time. It closed a decade ago, and the property is a weed-infested, empty parking lot right now. There's a groundswell of opposition, however, to this plan.
And you guys should really consider and listen to what we are saying. We don't want it.
We don't want it. Just one of many neighbors who testified against the proposal. Now, the 19,000 square foot proposed data facility, dwarfed by the major projects ongoing in rural areas. The Microsoft thing in Mount Pleasant is 1.3 million square feet. So this is not that. But you heard her say they don't want it.
I'm okay with development of some type, but not this. Go back to the drawing board. So what? It's been sitting for over 10 years. What's another 10? What's another 2?
Well, it may be another 10.
Yeah.
I mean, you need to look no further than up the street, Century City area. Largely vacant for 2 decades. Need to look no further than Northridge. Still no plan for what to do there. Vacant. I appreciate there are transparency concerns among the neighbors. Those are legitimate. I appreciate there are property tax concerns. This is the double-edged sword of neighborhood improvement. Improve it too much, property values rise. Well, that's great, except for if you have to pay property taxes on your home, then people get priced out. So you have to be careful with that. Appreciate all of that. My issue with this and the other long vacant properties in Milwaukee continues to be we're more than a little bit too choosy. If not this, then what? Nobody else is in here with a counter proposal to do something that would be more palatable to the neighborhood. No other developer is clamoring for this space. It's been a decade. This project is not dead. It just so far has not advanced. So we'll see what the future holds. But for now, the former Capitol Court, Midtown, going nowhere.
So what? It's been sitting for over 10 years. What's another 10?
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
From large manufacturer to local pizza shop and every business in between, Summit Credit Union helps your vision take shape with loan programs, great rates, and strategic solutions. Whatever you're building, you've got this, and Summit Credit Union's got you.
Time for an update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports Desk.
The Brewers snapped a brief 2-game skid, beating division foe Cincinnati in the first of a 3-game set at American Family Field, but it didn't look too promising early.
Ellie De La Cruz, the batter, runner at first and 1 out. Pitch is a fly ball to left and deep. Churrio's back at the track wall, gone. Ellie De La Cruz, a 2-run home run, his 13th of the season, and it's 3-0 Cincinnati.
Yes, that was the score, but the Crew cut the lead to 1 in the 7th. Then
Terang, high, deep drive to center. Friedel back, Friedel turning, Friedel watching. Goodbye, we are tied.
That's right, Terang ties it, and that's where we are in the 8th when Joey Ortiz steps to the plate with 2 outs, a runner on second, and this happens.
The 1-1, and a fly ball to center, hit well. Friedel back at the track, at the wall. Joey goes deep.
Ortiz's second home run of the season is a 2-run game-winning shot to lift the Crew past the Reds 5-3, and everybody was overjoyed for Ortiz.
Going through everything he's had to go through this year, and then getting a chance to play short again, he makes an error, and then comes through the way he did. I can't tell you. The whole team is so happy for him.
Ortiz coming through in a big way. Brandon Sproat will take the bump for the Brewers as they go for 2 in a row over the Reds. First pitch from AmFam Field is set for 6:40. Coverage begins at 6:05 right here on WTMJ. NBA free agency begins today, and for the first time in a long time, the Bucks will enter this free agency period with some financial flexibility. The Bucks are $15 million below the luxury tax and owns a $5.5 million biannual exception, which essentially means they can split that money amongst multiple players. Milwaukee did not tender a qualifying offer to Ousmane Dieng, making him an unrestricted free agent along with Andre Jackson Jr. after the Bucks did not pick up his player option. Gary Trent Jr. also opted out of his contract, becoming an unrestricted free agent. We'll see what other moves John Horst and the Bucks make during this offseason period. 23-time major champion and arguably the greatest woman to ever play the sport will make her official singles match play comeback today at Wimbledon after a nearly 4-year absence. Serena Williams, now 44, will take on 53rd ranked Australian Maya Joint in the first round at the All England Club. And at the World Cup, Paraguay stunned Germany to advance to the round of 16. Canada, Brazil, and Morocco have also moved on to the next round. The U.S. knockout round match against Bosnia is set for tomorrow night, which is Wednesday night at 7 o'clock, and we'll see if the U.S. can join the round of 16.
Deutschland, was ist los?
Yes, all of that.
7:20 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Hey, John Mercure here for Orthopedic Hospital of Wisconsin, quite simply the best in the business. You got a shoulder that's not feeling great. Maybe it's an ankle or a knee. Orthopedic Hospital of Wisconsin and their top-tier doctors can get you feeling how you deserve to feel. My wife, Michelle, had a back issue. Oh, how put her in a great place. She's on the mend. She's feeling better. She's doing all the things that she wants to do. Start at the website, ohow.com, ohow.com. Request an appointment. Start your journey to feeling better with the best. Orthopedic Hospital of Wisconsin.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Hey, WTMJ's Eric Vilstead here, reminding you to subscribe to the Wisconsin's Morning News Podcast. We update it every day with every interview, every segment, every bit we do on the show.
Wait, we don't do bits on the show.
That's like the dumbest thing I ever heard.
Yowza.
I'm going to release the Kraken.
Tell Mr. Speaker, I wish rainwater was beer.
Maybe we do some bits.
That's how we roll.
Be sure you subscribe to the Wisconsin's Morning News Podcast, presented by Tri-County Contracting.
Time saver traffic. Debbie, what do you got?
We've got some delays out there. Westbound on 94 heading through the stadium interchange. You're backed up all the way to about Hawley Road. Eastbound from before Hawley Road all the way to 35th. We've also got southbound 41 tightening up from Hampton to Capitol. Northbound from Mayfair up to Burleigh. Southbound 43 looks like we've got some broken down vehicle right near Silver Spring. It is off on the right shoulder, thank goodness. And volume is relatively light through that area. We've also got that debris on 894 eastbound at 27th Street. They haven't closed off any lanes, but just something to keep in mind. We are seeing a little bit of a backup right past Loomis. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
WTMJ forecast brought to you by Big Fish Contracting. Visit bigfishcontracting.com. See how they're renovating homes and redeeming an industry. Tune into today's Brewers pregame show for the Big Fish roof update, having apparently skipped the 80s, blazing right into summer here in southeast Wisconsin.
It's about 110 degrees in this room.
Another stupid hot day today, stupid hot tomorrow, then just plain hot rest of the week.
Oh, golly, I'm hot today.
Bringing in Storm Team 4 Chief Meteorologist Brian Niznansky. Morning, Niz.
Yeah, good morning. Actually, I mean, factoring in the humidity, the heat index might actually get close to 110 today.
Yeah, accurate statement, right?
Yes, pretty close.
So, look, we were looking at a few days last week. Warmer. I'm sorry, a few days last week, Niz. In fact, I think we talked about it on Tuesday where we couldn't top 70 degrees, skipped right over the 80s, and now we're into the mid 90s. Plus the heat index, pushing over 100.
Yeah, it's been a huge turnaround. Again, no medium, no just middle standard weather. We go from one extreme to the other. Yesterday, we had high temperatures, mainly lower 90s. If you were right along the lakeshore, you found some relief. Mainly lower 90s yesterday, heat index values around 100 to 105. Now, today, I think the temperature rises a few degrees, and the heat index, of course, will rise a few degrees. I think we could probably top out 96, 97 degrees here in Milwaukee, and then tropical dew points. I mean, the humidity. It's one of those phrases that probably gets overused. It's not the heat, it's the humidity, or but that is certainly the case. Well, actually, it's both for today and the next several days.
Niz, I've only been paying attention to what's going on around here. Are we the only ones, meaning Wisconsinites, facing this extreme heat, or is this a Midwest thing, or is it just a Illinois, Wisconsin thing? What's going on here?
It's a complete Midwest thing, but also extends down into the deep South. Now, it's not as out of the ordinary, obviously, for them, but I would say about 2/3 of the country is above average, and then you have at least half of the country dealing with, some pretty tough heat here. If you just look at, just based off of an advice, there's probably, at least 20 states that have some sort of heat advisory, extreme heat warning, extreme heat watch. So, yeah, this is spreading across the country.
Storm Team 4 Chief Meteorologist Brian Niznansky is with us. We've got America 250, Niz, Independence Day coming up on Saturday. Yeah. A lot of stuff, of course, going on the 3rd as well. What do you – look, we can handle the heat, and I think your cautions are correct. You always tell people, use your common sense. That said, can do anything but rain. So what are we looking at for that potential?
Yeah, unfortunately, it looks like the pattern starts to get active, and this is the question in the forecast. So what you end up getting, and it's already been happening, is something that's called the ring of fire. And it's another one of those terms with weather that, of course, we have to make everything extreme.
That sounds real bad. I don't know.
So ring of fire is a term for what ends up being round after round of thunderstorms develops along the northern edge of what is a heat dome that sets up. So we have, this large area of the country that has, extreme heat. Storms will ride along the northern edge of that heat. And we've been seeing it across the UP. Now, starting tomorrow, as the frontal boundary sags a little bit farther south, we could see that ring of fire starting to develop farther south. So tomorrow will be our first chance of a shower or storm, but then it looks like that ring of fire parks itself over us for the next several days, including, yes, into the 4th of July weekend. Now, is it going to rain nonstop during that entire period? By no means is that the case. But what that sets up is each day there's at least a chance of a thunderstorm complex moving through that, at least an hour or two of your day, is shot because we have thunderstorms. So what our job is going to be these next few days is to time out those rounds. And it's quite challenging. I wish we were better at it, obviously, but it's going to take not until the day before to get a really decent timing on this.
Yeah,
so it's really hard.
Are we going to know, Niz, or are these the ones that just bubble up on you?
Yeah, we'll know. So
Okay.
in most cases, develop out in, let's say, Iowa or Minnesota or something. But until that happens, you really don't have the greatest idea. So it's one of those cases where maybe before you have a better idea. So on the 3rd, you'll be able to, watch the news, watch the forecast, and they'll be like, okay, this is between 10 and 11. This is when this round is going to move through. Until then, it's a pretty much a guessing game at this point.
Storm Team 4 Chief Meteorologist Brian Niznansky. Appreciate it, Niz. Have a great Independence Day holiday.
Yeah, you too. Again, I wouldn't be canceling plans yet, but it's definitely one of those forecast periods that is going to keep tabs on the radar and keep updated with the forecast.
I got this one for Niz. Here you go.
It's not the heat, it's the humidity. It's not the heat, it's the humidity.
It's a good song. News about your money this morning. WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. Dow Jones Industrial Average finished on Monday up 300 points to 52,183. The NASDAQ was up over 2%. S&P 500 up over 1% to 7440. Financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite. Details at annexwealth.com.
Hey, John Mercure here for Azura Memory Care and Assisted Living. Their mission is to transform the culture of care. They specialize in caring for those with early to late-stage Alzheimer's or other related dementia symptoms, and they offer early memory loss classes to help you. They specialize in this area. It's kindness at the core, locations throughout southeast Wisconsin. It's compassion, it's empathy. It's Wisconsin-based and family-owned, always welcoming people to come tour and welcome their new residents. I've seen their places. They're top-notch. It's Azura Memory Care and Assisted Living.
Ridgetop Exteriors. Trusted, local, affordable. Thinking about a new roof? New siding? New windows? Think Ridgetop Exteriors, your trusted local experts. We've been doing this for over 25 years, and we're good at it. Just ask our 40,000 satisfied customers. Roofing, siding, windows, doors, we handle it all. Visit ridgetopexteriors.com for your free estimate. No pressure, just honest answers. Ridgetop Exteriors. Trusted, local, affordable.
Ridgetop Exteriors.
Here's to experiencing it all this summer in Wisconsin. Every deliciously cheesy, rockin', magical, fireworks-filled, festival-loving moment. There's Cheese Curd Fest in Ellsworth, Strawberry Fest in Cedarburg, Festival of the Arts in Stevens Point, and the Renaissance Fair in Bristol, Honor the Earth Powwow in Hayward, Mile of Music in Appleton, Venetian Fest, Bratfest, Summerfest. So many fests for your whole crew. Find them all at TravelWisconsin.com. Sponsored by Travel Wisconsin.
Looking to see the world in style? Insight Vacation Journeys are now open for booking through Fox World Travel. Insight redefines travel with business class style motor coaches featuring extra legroom and smaller group sizes for ultimate comfort. From farm to table dining to expert-led tours, you'll truly connect with local cultures. Plus, ask about our upcoming Fox Group vacations for even more exclusive ways to travel. We handle every detail so you can simply relax. Visit foxworldtravel.com or call 866-GO Go Fox Go.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. Around 160 million Americans are under some sort of heat advisory, with alerts up from Kansas to Maine as hot weather steams in. In the West, there is still a very real fire danger from dozens of wildfires burning across 9 states. We're also learning more about the 3 firefighters killed when they were trapped along the Utah-Colorado border.
With new blazes exploding by the day, prompting evacuations. New details about the 3 firefighters killed in the line of duty. The U.S. Forest Service says 38-year-old Emily Barker, 27-year-old Nick Hutcherson, and 27-year-old Sydney Watson forced to use their emergency fire shelters when they became trapped in flames.
ABC's Melissa Adon. The Supreme Court wraps up its term this morning with decisions on trans girls in sports and President Trump's order limiting birthright citizenship. The death toll in the Venezuela earthquakes, now more than 1,700 people as the search continues through ruined buildings. This is ABC News.
We are seeing more delays now on southbound 43 coming in from about just south of Good Hope Road down towards Silver Spring. We do have also a crash on 41 southbound. Actually, that just got cleared. Never mind. We've got more delays, though, from Good Hope Road down towards Appleton Avenue. Northbound slowing down from Mayfair Road up to Burleigh. Westbound 94 tightening up from 27th Street all the way to Hawley Road. Eastbound heavy right through the Barker Road area to Brookfield Road. And then from 70th Street all the way to 35th. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
High of 95 degrees today with the extreme heat warning in effect until tomorrow night, and the heat index more than 105 in some spots of southeast Wisconsin. Tonight's low 77. We're already at 81, and from the WTMJ Breaking News Center made it very difficult for fire crews battling a huge blaze this morning. Lincoln Avenue School, cities near South Side.
Firefighters were called to Lincoln Avenue School near 18th and Lincoln just before 3 a.m. Tuesday. The fire quickly grew to 5 alarms, bringing more than 100 firefighters to the scene. Crews were forced to pull out of the building because of the intense flames and have been battling the fire from the outside. Milwaukee Fire Chief Aaron Lipsky says the heat and humidity are making an already difficult job even more tough.
Fire was coming up through the floor below them. At 3:36, the incident commander withdrew everybody, accounted for everybody, and we began a defensive posture.
No one was hurt. The cause of the fire remains under investigation. On the south side of Milwaukee, Nazir Spencer, WTMJ News.
Milwaukee leaders are reminding residents to stay safe as dangerous heat continues to impact southeast Wisconsin. Mayor Cavalier Johnson.
Make sure that you stay hydrated, and if you need to or you can, please make sure you go to one of our safe places with some air conditioning, libraries, county senior centers, splash pads. Take the kids there when those places are open.
State officials also remind residents that utility companies cannot disconnect power to occupied homes while a National Weather Service heat warning or heat advisory is in effect.
Milwaukee police released body camera video from an armed standoff.
Hands! Show us your hands!
Officers had responded June 12th to calls of a man with a gun. He was making threats near 84th and Lynx. On the video, 22-year-old Jalen Brown asked officers to, quote, shoot him before threatening officers and then running into an apartment building. Police first tried negotiating with Brown. He ultimately was shot and killed.
A week-long effort to collect food, water, and supplies in Milwaukee for Venezuelan earthquake relief efforts is off to a great start.
The presence of Brewers catcher William Contreras and outfielder Jackson Churrio, both natives of Venezuela, brought hundreds to Blessed Sacrament Church for the first day of the United for Venezuela relief campaign. But their coach, Nestor Corredor, says it's the community's desire to help that will keep momentum going.
A lot of people believe in us. We can do it without you guys.
In addition to food and water, Forward Latinos Daryl Maureen says they're looking for housing and shelter supplies as well.
Lanterns, flashlights, batteries, all that is very much appreciated.
You can find a full list at WTMJ.com. Adam Roberts, WTMJ News.
News is sponsored by J&J Contractors for all your interior and exterior home improvement services.
Ready to upgrade your home's exterior? Family owned and operated since 1983, J&J Contractors specializes in top quality windows, doors, and siding that enhance your home while increasing its value and energy efficiency. From modern vinyl siding to stylish fiberglass doors, and from double hung windows to sliding glass doors, they have the perfect solutions for your home. Contact them today for a free consultation. Just search online J&J Contractors or call 414-423-9200. J&J Contractors. Welcome home.
Milwaukee Weight Loss knows the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day with no drugs or surgery, and they'll show you how to keep the weight off for good. Get your confidence and your health back. Right now, $200 off their summer special for a limited time only. Go to MilwaukeeWeightLoss.com now to book your free consultation.
Get your rock-solid guaranteed pre-approval to buy at ACCUNET.com.
Outdoor Living Unlimited WTMJ news time is 7:35.
Serena prepares to hold court at Wimbledon. Sports coming up at 7:45. We just earlier this morning had Jim Ryan from ABC News on, and he was talking about this effort to rescue a pair of space telescopes. Well, that rescue effort has now been called off this morning.
Since 2004, the Neil Gehrels Swift Observatory has been sending back amazing images of stars at the end of their lives, but it's suddenly dropping out of its orbit.
If we do nothing, Swift will re-enter the atmosphere.
And burn up, says NASA's Regina Caputo.
And so there's nothing to lose.
An aerospace startup called Catalyst has been hired to design and deploy a robot to hook up to the Swift telescope and haul it approximately 100 miles higher, extending its life by a decade. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Jim was on with us just about an hour ago talking about this effort that was to launch today, but we've got weather is an issue, so NASA has postponed the launch of this first of its kind project. It's basically a satellite fixing robot, and they're not sure it's going to work. But it's the effort that they have right now, and so it was worth a shot, but we'll have to wait at least until tomorrow to see if that thing can get off the ground. 7:38 on Wisconsin's Morning News. News sponsored by Annex Wealth Management's Money Talk. That's heard Saturdays at 10, right here on WTMJ.
Your financial life is not just about numbers. It is a journey, and Annex Wealth Management aims to help you move through it with clarity. When markets shift, it can be hard to understand what it means for what you have built. Annex offers guidance as a fee-only fiduciary firm, which means their recommendations are built around your best interests rather than commissions or product sales. Annex gives you access to a local team that includes wealth managers, financial planners, investment managers, estate planning attorneys, and client service specialists who work together to create a strategy tailored to your situation. They help clients with investment management, retirement income, planning, tax coordination, estate planning, education funding, and business succession strategies. Annex knows there's different financial plans for different stages of life, and they can help you adjust as things change. With nationwide accessibility, Annex blends personal attention with leading-edge tools to offer an experience built around informed decision-making. Annex Wealth Management. Know the difference. Click Get Started at annexwealth.com.
Guests, welcome. What a great place to entertain your friends, your family, your business associates, potential partners. Impress them all with a day out at Racine Country Club. Vince Vitrano here. We're proud new members at RCC. I love sharing the club with others. Very generous guest policy is a part of this package. And the other day I had a bunch of my buddies out for around Father's Day. I had my dad, my brother-in-law, his dad. Such a privilege to be able to share the club with them. Now, how about this? You know that meeting you've been trying to get with that potential client? Think you're likelier to get that meeting with an invitation to coffee, or how about join me for a round at Racine Country Club? We'll talk. You're going to get that meeting. Guests welcome for lunch, dinner, and boy, this is going to be popular the next few days at the pool as well. Join me out at Racine Country Club. New members welcome right now. Get started in time for summer and continue to enjoy the club all summer long. Get started at racinecountryclub.com.
How much does it cost to talk to Gruber Law Offices after a serious crash? It's free. Yes, free, as in it won't cost you anything to speak with us. Not sure if you have a case? Call our team at Gruber Law Offices today. Your first call and your first consultation are always free, and you'll never pay us a fee until we win your case. If you've been seriously injured, call Gruber Law Offices. One call, that's all.
Time saver traffic at 20 to 8. Debbie.
Well, we've got westbound 94 really tightening up now from 27th Street all the way to Holly Road, from just actually crossing over the county line past Elm Grove Road. It's going to be a bit tight. On the eastbound side, we've got delays from Highway F all the way past Barker Road, back on the brakes from 76th to about 35th Street. Northbound 894 tightening up right past Beloit Road, or actually from Beloit Road up to National. Eastbound 894 backing up from Forest Home all the way to 35th Street. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
From TMJ4, I'm meteorologist Lindsay Slater with your Storm Team forecast. Today, high temperatures, another hot one in store for us with highs close to 95 degrees. Extreme heat warning in effect with heat index values over 105 degrees in some spots as we stay pretty sunny. Tonight, we're going back down into those upper 70s with a slight chance of showers and thunderstorms to the north. For Wednesday, highs are near 96 degrees as that extreme heat warning will remain in effect until 7 p.m. I do anticipate the heat index again over 105. Thursday, hot and humid with a slight chance of showers and storms with a high of 92. Friday, 91. Another hot and muggy day with another shot at storms to the north. And Saturday, 87 degrees for the 4th of July, and I am watching some storm chances.
Milwaukee already at 81 degrees. At 7:41 on Wisconsin's Morning News. It's going to be hot, but I think this is still going to be a huge event. They finished off that giant Bob Uecker mural. It is done.
Whoa! That didn't take long at all!
It's done. Uecker looks great. I thought about you because you and I have played at the Vince Lombardi Golf Classic a number of years together and was out at North Hills yesterday for a different event, but that was one of Uke's favorite spots. North Hills Country Club, played golf with Uke a number of times, and I think the last time I saw him, Telly, was probably out at North Hills.
Yeah, that was the
passed.
only tournament that he would, or outing that he would take time off of his baseball schedule to attend, which was near and dear to his heart, because you got to think, too, how many outings, celebrity outings, did Bob Uecker get invited to every single summer? And for him to just choose one to stay dedicated to, it was such an awesome thing.
Happening today on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Well, happening today, the big dedication for the mural. So this is 80 by 100 feet, and the mural will be signed by the artist who created it, Mauricio Ramirez. Mr. Baseball immortalized on the wall of the Wintrust Financial Center. It's just off of Wisconsin Avenue, a little bit north of there on Jackson Street downtown.
As soon as the sun's out, I'm out there, and I wish I could paint 24 hours. This has got to be with the most care and with the most weight, on my shoulders to really paint this. About to get into that most difficult part of the mural, which is the portraiture works. I'm just really hyper-focused on making sure that I get all the details right.
It was Ramirez talking about his process when he was just partway through the work. It's finished now. Get there at 11:30 if you want a free can of Miller Lite for the toast. It's a whole lineup of stuff happening.
I was going to say, get there early while it's still cold, because if it's out of the cooler for too long, it's going to get warm.
You're going to want to take care of that in a hurry. Bring your own canned koozie. Here's the rundown of what to expect. At noon, there'll be a program that's emceed by WTMJ and Brewers broadcaster Lane Grindle. The mayor's going to be there. The artist there, Mauricio Ramirez. Rick Schlesinger for the Brewers, president of business operations as well. The celebratory toast then will happen at 12:30. And then right after that, Ramirez is going to sign the mural. And then until about 2:30, they're going to just have a tailgate party. So they get the celebration with ballpark snacks, bottled water.
You like brats?
Yeah, they'll have brats too. First 500 guests will get a free one. Entertainment and games. The racing sausages will be there. So all hands on deck for what will be a really fun and important day for Milwaukee, and forever having that portrait of Bob Uecker downtown.
We'd be better off listening to adhesive tape.
Celebrate summer with the 4th of July boat sale at MW Marine. Check out the new 2026 Lund, Ranger, and Vexus boats powered by Mercury Outboards. All priced to move during this special holiday event. Ask about remaining closeout models with deep discounted pricing at MW Marine. They'll help keep your boat ready for the water with expert service and convenient outdoor storage. Make this your best summer yet at MW Marine, where 4th of July savings are making waves.
Vince Vetrano for Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin. Summer sports season, and whether it's you maybe out there trying pickleball for the first time, or maybe you're training for a big race, or one of your kids, dance, t-ball, softball, track, lacrosse, what are they in? They're in everything. From time to time, you're going to be dealing with injuries. It's maybe that, or maybe for you, something that's been bothering you. It's just holding you back. That constantly sore knee, that elbow that never feels quite right. All of these great candidates for a stop in at an Ortho ASAP clinic. You don't want to wait in line with sick people at the hospital. Ortho ASAP clinics have hours every day of the week. Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin, there is a difference.
Hey, John Mercure here from my friends at Dave Dragkamp Heating and Cooling, where your family's comfort is their family's tradition. If you're one of the many Wisconsinites just now realizing that old air conditioning system is unable to handle the summer heat, please give Dave Dragkamp a call ASAP. The longer you wait, the longer it takes. Maybe your system just needs some maintenance. And if that's the case, you can count on the honest experts at Dave Dragkamp to simply recommend a tune-up. It's why we've welcomed them into our home for more than a decade. Visit DaveDragkamp.com today. The teams I trust.
Time for an update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports Desk.
The Brewers snapped a brief 2-game skid, beating division foe Cincinnati in the first of a 4-game set at American Family Field, but it didn't look too promising early.
Ellie De La Cruz, the batter, runner at first and one out. The pitch is a fly ball to left and deep. Churrio's back at the track wall, gone. Ellie De La Cruz, a 2-run home run, his 13th of the season, and it's 3-0 Cincinnati.
Yes, the Reds sprinted out to a 3-0 lead, but the Crew cut the lead to 1 in the 7th. Then
Terang, high, deep drive to center. Friedel back, Friedel turning, Friedel watching. Goodbye, we are tied.
Terang ties it, and that's where we are in the 8th when Joey Ortiz steps to the plate with 2 outs and a runner on second. And this happens.
The 1-1 and a fly ball to center, hit well. Friedel back at the track, at the wall. Joey goes deep.
Ortiz's second home run of the season is a big one, a 2-run game-winning shot to lift the Crew past the Reds 5-3, and everybody was overjoyed for Ortiz.
Going through everything he's had to go through this year, and then getting a chance to play short again, he makes an error, and then comes through the way he did. I can't tell you. The whole team is so happy for him.
Brandon Sproat will take the bump for the Brewers as they go for 2 in a row over the Reds. First pitch from AmFam Field is set for 6:40. Coverage begins at 6:05 right here on WTMJ. NBA free agency begins today, and for the first time in a long time, the Bucks will enter this free agency period with some financial flexibility. The Bucks are $15 million below the luxury tax and owns a $5.5 million biannual exception, which essentially means they can split that money amongst multiple players. Milwaukee did not tender a qualifying offer to Ousmane Dieng, making him an unrestricted free agent, along with Andre Jackson Jr. after the Bucks did not pick up his player option. Gary Trent Jr. also opted out of his contract, becoming an unrestricted free agent. We'll see what other moves John Horst and the Bucks make during the offseason period. 23-time major champion and arguably the greatest woman to ever play the sport will make her official singles match play comeback today at Wimbledon after a nearly 4-year absence. Serena Williams, now 44, will take on 53rd ranked Australian Maya Joint in the first round at the All England Club. And at the World Cup, Paraguay stunned Germany to advance to the round of 16. Canada, Brazil, and Morocco have also moved on to the next round. The U.S. knockout round match against Bosnia is tomorrow night at 7 o'clock, and we'll see if the U.S. can join the round of 16.
Are we supposed to win that game or no?
They said that Bosnia they will present some challenges, but yes, the U.S. is supposed to win that game.
Okay. I mean, just because you're supposed to.
Yeah.
Germany was not supposed to lose. Deutschland, was ist los? Ja.
Yes, that was not supposed to happen.
Schlecht Fußball. 7:49 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
ESPN Wisconsin's Mark Tauscher here for Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. Shopping for new windows and doors should never include haggling. Pella sticks to straightforward pricing, honest conversations, helping homeowners find the right fit for their home, and they never use high-pressure sales tactics. When you buy direct through Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin, the same team that manufactures your windows and doors also sells, installs, and services them. Real pricing, premium quality, and no games. Schedule your free in-home consultation today at PellaWI.com.
For 176 years, St. Vincent de Paul Society of Milwaukee has been neighbors helping neighbors, working to eliminate poverty and hunger with compassion and dignity. When families face hard times, our volunteers step in. Over 600 trained volunteers ready to meet people where they're at, in their homes. And that's what our Neighbors Helping Neighbors home visit program is all about. Volunteers travel in pairs, listening first, then offering personalized support. They provide families and individuals with things like furniture, beds, food, clothing, and connect them to vital community resources. Help that provides stability during challenging times. These home visits don't just address an immediate need, they help create a safer, more stable future for our families and individuals in our community. Last year alone, St. Vincent de Paul Society volunteers completed nearly 11,000 home visits across Milwaukee County, serving those who need us most. Together, we are neighbors helping neighbors. To learn more about our mission or get involved, visit svdpmilw.org.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee from the Annex Wealth Management Studios. This is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
Time saver traffic at 10 to 8. Debbie.
We've got delays southbound on 41, backing up from Appleton Avenue all the way down past Capitol Drive. So watch out for that. We've also got delays northbound on 41 from about Mayfair Road all the way to Hampton. Southbound 43 backing up from just before Good Hope Road all the way down to Silver Spring. More delays northbound 4394 coming out of the Plainfield Curve all the way up to about Oklahoma Avenue. And eastbound 94, watch for the delays from Highway 16 all the way to Barker Road, and then again from 70th Street to about 35th. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
WTMJ forecast brought to you by Big Fish Contracting. Visit bigfishcontracting.com. See how they're renovating homes and redeeming an industry. Tune into today's Brewers pregame show for the Big Fish roof update. High of 95 degrees today in your Storm Team forecast. Heat index over 105 in some spots. Low down to 77 tonight. Remains very muggy. Wednesday's high 96 degrees. Chance for some storms toward the northern end of southeast Wisconsin. Thursday, hot and humid. Slight chance of showers with a high of 93. Right now at 81.
Idea Man.
We can romanticize all of the other stuff. Last year stunk.
Innovator.
I think the big thing, if you're John Horst in the Bucs front office, is be as transparently honest as you possibly can without giving away, anything crazy.
And Packers Hall of Famer.
But you just tell the guys exactly what your vision is, and guys will either buy into it or you end up going in a different direction.
It's time for Tausch on Wisconsin's Morning News. Presented by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin.
Mark Tauscher on Wisconsin's Morning News, brought to you by Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. I was just watching some of the coverage of the World Cup. I thought I'd throw this at you. So in a penalty kick situation, you got one player who kicks, and then you got the goalie. It's not the one, now is it shootout kicks where like half the team comes out there and tries to defend that? What is that? What's the difference there? Telly, you know.
No, that's a free kick.
That's the
I don't
free
even
kick.
know
Okay.
why I know this because I'm not a big soccer fan. I don't know about you guys. Part of this whole, I think we all love big events. I know I do, especially big sporting events. But that doesn't mean we need to all of a sudden act like we're the hugest soccer fans. That's where I'm coming down on it. I am on board. I want America. I want the U.S. to win. But until we get to where it's like that great, the final 8, I'm going to watch with one eye open and the highlights of it. But I love how we all just jump on and act like we're soccer experts at this point. I don't know if you guys get that same.
No, I didn't even know the difference between the free kick and the penalty kick.
I know.
Tausch, I so agree though, and it's like we're pressured to care so much, and I mean, especially I'm on the same boat as you. I'll watch as it gets closer to the end, and hopefully the U.S. is in it. But I cannot get into Romania versus Chechnya, and it's on Fox, and I'm like, I don't know any of these players. I barely know what's going on, and you expect me to care? I mean, I feel that way about the World Cup. I feel that way about Wimbledon because, all of a sudden, when the U.S. Open, comes and it's in Flushing, New York, I'm supposed to know all of these tennis players that I have no idea about any other time of the year.
Yeah, but the thing, Telly, is you don't get that same pushback on Wimbledon. Like, oh, you're a tennis fan. Okay, great. If you're not, nobody is sitting there now. If it was John McEnroe, Jimmy Connors in the 80s, you have two Americans going at it, you're going to probably be a little bit more interested. But, yeah, if it ends up being Austria versus Brazil in the World Cup final, I don't think everybody's going to be all that stoked about it. So it is what it is. It's the fact that it's in our country, and I love the fact that everybody's having a great time. You're seeing, I keep laughing when I see the Norwegians rowing up escalators and people just amazed at our grocery stores. That stuff's all great. I'm more intrigued by that. But it does feel like people are telling you, oh, you have to. It's like, no, I don't. And it's all right if I don't. And it's all right if, for people that don't like football and they just jump on board with the NFC Championship game in the Super Bowl, that's fine. But I guess it's just that's how I view this, and I'm not going to shame them. And I feel like some people are kind of getting after you if you don't like soccer, and I just don't.
So back to the question that I'm fascinated to hear your answer. In the penalty kick situation, it's one kicker and one goalie. Do you want to be, Tausch, the guy kicking, or do you want to be the goalie?
Oh, you always want to be the aggressor. I want to be the kicker. I want to have the opportunity. I understand that, if you miss the kick and you end up losing, you end up, being kind of the GOAT, not the greatest of all time, but the actual GOAT. And if you're the goalie, all you have to do is make probably one or two big saves, and everybody is going to, you're going to be Ronalded. So I'm going to always want to have the ball in my hands, just like if I want the offense to have the football. In this, I'd rather be the guy kicking it, trying to make something happen than sitting back, because the save percentage on those free kicks have to be, 10% probably? That's not great odds.
That's why I would want to be the goalie, because you're not expecting me to stop this kick anyway. So it's like, but if you sell
Telly, here's what I'd say. And I come from an O-line. I was an offensive lineman for a long time. And the difference is I've lived my life that way, where you could have 70 really good snaps. You don't give up a sack. You don't do anything. And I could have one bad play where Trace Armstrong beats me across and strip sacks Brett Favre, and the rest of the game nobody gives two rips about it. So for a change, I want to mix it up and be, the hero instead of sitting there plugging along every play. One bad thing happens and you're a bum.
Sucks.
That's where I'm coming from.
The whole line sucks.
No PTSD there, huh, Tausch?
Hey, fellas, thanks for getting my Tuesday morning off to a great start.
No coffee needed.
Thanks, Tausch. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
See you guys.
These are your business headlines from the Milwaukee Business Journal.
The Wisconsin Center District appoints Board Chair Jim Cantor as Chief of Staff. Cantor will receive $30,000 per month for the 30-hour-a-week interim position. It's unclear how long Cantor is expected to stay in the role. The U.S. Secret Service will occupy roughly 5,000 square feet on the fourth floor of the Pabst Professional Center in Milwaukee's Brewery District. The build-out of the Milwaukee office will cost $610,000 according to a permit application. Landmark Credit Union plans 5 Madison area branches by the end of 2027. The branches include 2 Madison locations and offices in Middleton, Sun Prairie, and Waunakee. I'm Logan Hansen from MilwaukeeBusinessJournal.com on 620 WTMJ.
Save on the best quality furniture and mattresses during the July Independence Day sale at Ken Michaels Furniture. With major discounts from our premier suppliers, you will save big on top brands like Bradington Young, made in the foothills of the Great Smoky Mountains. Bradington Young is known for its fine quality leather upholstery. Fjords brings you modern Scandinavian design recliners and sofas, ergonomically engineered for more hip and back support. Norwalk, with American roots that go back over 100 years, specializes in making furniture just for you. Choose the piece, style, fabric, or leather you want And in just 35 days, we'll deliver your new sofa, chair, or sectional. In-stock or special orders are all sale priced. Need a little help putting it all together? At Ken Michaels Furniture, our design staff is ready to help you with your purchases. And it's free. Stop in today and save now during the Independence Day sale at Ken Michaels Furniture on Capitol Drive in Brookfield, Highway 100 in Greenfield, or our downtown Mattress Factory showroom.
Hey, John Mercure here for Azura Memory Care and Assisted Living. Their mission is to transform the culture of care. They specialize in caring for those with early to late stage Alzheimer's or other related dementia symptoms, and they offer early memory loss classes to help you. They specialize in this area. It's kindness at the core, locations throughout southeast Wisconsin. It's compassion, it's empathy. It's Wisconsin-based and family-owned, always welcoming people to come tour and welcome their new residents. I've seen their places. They're top-notch. It's Azura Memory Care and Assisted Living.
When the dust settles, only one team will be seeing red.
0-2 pitch. Struck him out with a changeup. That was filthy.
The Brewers take on the Reds tonight at American Family Field.
Swing and a miss. That's strike two, and that one was at 102.
Our Brewers Radio Network game day coverage starts at 6:05. We are the home of the Brewers. 620 WTMJ, Milwaukee.
It's 8 o'clock. I'm Vince Vetrano on Wisconsin's Morning News. It's Tuesday, June 30th. Our top story, sweltering conditions making it tough for Milwaukee firefighters on the scene of a huge blaze.
I'm Tully Hughes in for Eric Bilstead. Another blockbuster day for the Supreme Court.
I'm Debbie Lazaga. Looks like we've got southbound 41 delays stretching all the way from Good Hope Road to Capitol Drive, northbound from Mayfair to Burleigh. Southbound 43 slowing down just south of Brown Deer Road all the way to Bender Road, and then back on the brakes from Capitol Drive down towards Locust. We've got northbound 4394 backing up around the Plainfield curve up to Oklahoma Avenue. And then westbound 94 backs up from 35th Street to Hawley Road, across the county line again from then Calhoun all the way to Brookfield Road. Eastbound's backed up past Highway 16 to Highway F, and then again past Barker Road and 70th Street to 35th. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Extreme heat warning now extended through 7 p.m. tomorrow night. Today's high 95 degrees. Heat index more than 105 in some spots. Tonight's low 77, that's the low temperature. Wasn't even close to our high temperature just a week ago. Right now, Milwaukee already at 82, and from the WTMJ Breaking News Center, these sweltering conditions making it very tough this morning for Milwaukee emergency crews responding to a huge fire at an elementary school.
Crews remain at Lincoln Avenue School near 18th and Lincoln, where smoke continues to pour from the building hours after the fire began Tuesday morning. Milwaukee Fire Chief Aaron Lipsky says crews initially fought the fire from inside before switching to a defensive attack.
They were having trouble navigating the basement and the first floor because of a large amount of stored goods in the hallways, so they were having to clear that out as they were trying to advance their hose lines. Fire was coming up through the floor below them.
No injuries have been reported, and investigators will begin looking into the cause once the fire is under control. On the south side of Milwaukee, Nazir Spencer, WTMJ News.
The heat and humidity are here to stay, at least for the most of this week. But why does it feel hotter now? WTMJ meteorologist Craig Copleen tells Wisconsin's Afternoon News this has to do with the heat index.
Our bodies cool themselves when sweat evaporates off our skin. Well, the drier the air is around you, the more efficiently or the quicker that evaporation process happens. When the air is very humid, that evaporation doesn't take place very quickly or hardly at all if it's humid enough. So our bodies perceive it to be even hotter than it would be if the air was dry.
Copleen says even at night, the lows will stay in the mid-70s and remain muggy, so it won't bring much relief.
President Trump now saying a meeting with Iranian negotiators is expected to take place today in Doha, Qatar.
Meeting in Doha is going to be perhaps important, perhaps not. We're going to find out.
Iran claiming that is not the case. There have been recent military flare-ups, including an Iranian drone strike on an oil tanker. The U.S. and Iran once again at odds over terms of the deal regarding control of the Strait of Hormuz.
In a ruling with direct bearing on the midterm elections, the Supreme Court on Monday narrowly upheld a Mississippi law allowing the counting of late arriving mail-in ballots postmarked by Election Day. Here's ABC's Mary Bruce.
The president has long blamed mail-in voting without evidence for his defeat in 2020. With the midterms approaching, Trump has increasingly been undermining public trust in U.S. elections. The president now upping the pressure on the Senate to pass his Save America Act, which mandates voter ID, requires proof of citizenship, and greatly restricts mail-in voting. And until the Senate acts on his priority, Trump is refusing to sign a major bipartisan housing bill.
The Supreme Court is expected to make other major decisions today.
The man accused of attacking his ex-girlfriend with a hatchet will spend 90 years in prison. 35-year-old Hayden Daffinson, if you recall this story, now he's from Ripon. He pleaded guilty to attempted first-degree intentional homicide, first-degree sexual assault, and mayhem. Prosecutors say Daffinson's attack last year was premeditated after a relationship had ended. Remember, the woman survived. She's the one who called 911. She managed to save herself. Court documents show Daffinson hit her 25 times with a hatchet while attempting a sexual assault and left her for dead, but she survived and now has justice. 35-year-old Hayden Daffinson, a 90-year prison sentence.
The death toll from the earthquakes in Venezuela last week has now surpassed 1,700. The damage is hard to imagine, and for some people here in in Milwaukee, is deeply personal.
Chef Gregory Leone of Amalinda in downtown Milwaukee grew up in Venezuela. Much of his family still lives there.
There's buildings pancaked. In the capital, water has been shut off, gas has been shut off.
Luckily, Leone's family members are all okay, but many towns around them are not. He says inadequate infrastructure intensified the damage.
I mean, this would be a horrible thing to happen to any country. But think about a country that has no infrastructure because the government has not done what they need to do for their people. So it's quadrupled what's happened there. Like, these poor people are desperate for help.
Jessica Ty, WTMJ News.
Coming up, World Cup with Wisconsin flavor tomorrow night. Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News, time 8:06.
Do you know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day? At Milwaukee Weight Loss, we know the secret. Our doctor-developed, easy-to-follow weight loss program helps you lose weight fast, naturally and safely, and with no drugs or injections with risk of serious side effects, no prepackaged meals, bars, shakes, and no exercising required. Our program helps reset your metabolism so you can keep the weight off for good with a coach for ongoing support. Our program costs up to half as much and works up to twice as fast as most other programs. Go to MilwaukeeWeightLoss.com to schedule your free consultation.
Many of us struggle to lose weight. I use Milwaukee Weight Loss to lose the weight I've wanted to lose for a long time. And the great thing is I've kept it off now for over a year. Lost 45 pounds last year, another almost 10 pounds this year with the goal of losing maybe 10 more. For a limited time, get $200 off of their summer special. Book your free consultation at MilwaukeeWeightLoss.com. I can do it. You can do it. We can all do it. Let's lose weight together. That's MilwaukeeWeightLoss.com. Results may vary.
Drafty windows means wasted money. Call Siding Unlimited today for energy-efficient replacement windows and doors and start saving now. For a free estimate and honest price guarantee, go to sidingunlimited.com.
Outdoor Living Unlimited WTMJ News Time is 8:07.
Police have now identified the man who drowned in while kayaking on Lake Ivanhoe.
64-year-old Thomas Sater from Kenosha was pronounced dead at the scene. Officers responded to a call about an empty kayak in the lake last Thursday. Sater was found unconscious while floating next to the upside-down kayak. He was wearing a life jacket. Jen Gregg, WTMJ News.
Visitors to the Waukesha County Courthouse will have to use a new entrance starting this week.
Main entrance to the government complex at the courthouse will be closing for construction, and it'll be rerouted to the east side of the administration building, which will be the new temporary public entrance.
That's Waukesha County Facilities Manager Shane Wagee. This is all part of the county's ongoing courthouse renovation project, which started 3 years ago. Wagee says the temporary entrance will remain in place while construction continues through next year. The project is currently in its second phase, which is expected to cost around $114 million. Neil Doyle, WTMJ News.
So when the U.S. faces Bosnia in the knockout round of the World Cup, they'll be facing a guy who's honed his skills in Waukesha County.
Izmir Barektorovich played 5 years for the SC Wave Youth Soccer Club, coached by Sean Amini.
He was 10 years old when I started coaching him, and you knew instantly that this kid was special.
By 16, word was out, and MLS clubs were taking notice.
Eventually, we sent him to the New England Revolution because Marcelo Santos, at the time, he was an ex-SC Wave coach, and he was also a Marquette University assistant coach, and we knew it would be a good landing space.
As for Wednesday's match,
I hope he scores 2 goals, but I hope we win 6-2.
Greg Matzik, WTMJ News.
I love that outcome. It's like when you root for a player on the opposing team, a guy who used to be a Brewer comes back into town, and you're like, well, I hope you have a good game, and you lose.
Yeah,
right. Tomorrow's match for the U.S. begins at 7 o'clock Central, 8:09 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Fireworks Nation Superstore Lomira has the biggest bang for your buck. Get 60% off specials, instant rewards, and our no-dud guarantee. Experience Fireworks Nation's huge showroom. Truly one of a kind in Wisconsin and worth your drive. Save big money on fireworks. Fireworks Nation Superstore. Highway 41 and 67 across from Piggly Wiggly, Lomira. Fireworks Nation Superstore. Save big money on fireworks. Fireworksnation.com. Fireworks Nation Superstore Lomira has the biggest bang for your buck. Get 60% off specials, instant rewards, and our no-dud guarantee. Experience Fireworks Nation's huge showroom. Truly one of a kind in Wisconsin and worth your drive. Save big money on fireworks. Fireworks Nation Superstore. Highway 41 and 67 across from Piggly Wiggly, Lomira. Fireworks Nation Superstore. Save big money on fireworks. Fireworksnation.com.
You're probably wondering if it's for real and if it actually works. I've got a great deal for you, and why for you, and a way for you to find out for yourself. Vince Vitrano for MD Hyperbaric. So this new clinic in Wauwatosa, it's hyperbaric oxygen therapy. I've actually done it myself. High pressure at MD Hyperbaric. It increases oxygen availability to the areas of your body that need extra support. So maybe you're dealing with inflammation or poor circulation. These are all things that can slow your body's ability to recover from injury. If that's you, or you've done everything the doctor said and your recovery from surgery is still too slow, let's get you in to give it a try. Here's the Wellness Week promotion from my friend Maureen over there at MD Hyperbaric. Book 3 appointments in a 7-day period for just $650. Now, that'll give you a great indication of whether this is something for you, and Maureen will offer that deal for anyone who calls and tell her Vinny sent you. You've tried patience, you've tried rest, you've tried pushing through. Now try oxygen under pressure. It's mdhyperbaric.com.
From my family and myself, I would like to say thank you to Gruber Law Offices for taking such good care of us.
I would say thank you because you were so human and so much of a friend during the whole process.
I'm super grateful for them representing me and doing all that they did for me.
I would just say thank you for making me feel better.
That's why I'm here, to say thank you, thank you, thank you. Gruber Law Offices. One call, that's all.
8:12 on Wisconsin's Morning News. Debbie, what do you got?
Bit of a backup on northbound 4394 coming out of the Plainfield curve all the way up to Oklahoma Avenue. We've also got some delays along westbound 94 from 35th Street all the way to Hawley Road. More backups then heading right past Moreland Road to Calhoun. The eastbound side's backed up basically from 76th Street all the way to 35th. Southbound 43, we just have that backup from about Good Hope Road down to Bender. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Your Storm Team forecast for today. Today's high 95 degrees. That's the air temperature. With the humidity factored in, it's a feels like temperature of 105. Woof. Extreme heat warning in effect and goes until 7 o'clock tomorrow night. Very muggy and mostly clear skies overnight. A low down to 77. Milwaukee's already at 82.
Live from the Annex Wealth Management Studios at the Avenue in downtown Milwaukee, this is Wisconsin's Morning News. Now, here are your hosts, Vince Vitrano and Telly Hughes.
8:13 on Wisconsin's Morning News. As I have played for you before, Wisconsin's Morning News is in the record of an official city hearing as the Public Transportation Utilities and Waterways Review Board held a hearing on a proposal I've detailed, in my opinion, as entirely not feasible and a waste of time exploring.
When I woke up this morning and turned on the radio, WTMJ was laughing about this very hearing.
Clearly, that is testimony before the board from someone who disagrees with me, Telly.
You don't say.
Just part of an hours-long proceeding during which it is fair to say, save for one person, everyone who testified disagrees with me. The idea is to get the city of Milwaukee off the We Energies power grid and create a city-owned public utility. And the man who started that conversation won election on that promise and got his hearing last week as Eastside Alderman Alex Brower. And Alderman Brower joins us live in studio this morning. Morning, Alderman.
Yeah, good morning. Thanks for having me on this morning.
It's good of you to come in and talk about this. So if I were writing a book, Alderman, what I would do is I would begin first on background, reasons for your desired outcome, and then get more into the details of how this ultimately would be accomplished. If time allows, we'll get to the former. But I have said, my thought is we don't have to have any of those conversations unless we've gotten to the estimate on comparably sized efforts that is moving this model either by creating your own infrastructure or buying assets from We Energies. By my estimation, would cost in the neighborhood of $4 billion. So I've suggested that we don't have to answer any other questions until we answer that question. So can we get into that first? Where would the city come up with the billions of dollars that may be necessary to do this?
Yeah, let's dive right in. I mean, first I'll just say that our main objective is affordability here. Affordability, democracy, and tackling the climate crisis with this effort. The campaign's called Power to the People, MKE.org. But let's dive right in because I think skepticism is a healthy thing. When people hear about this, they want to know some details, just like what you're talking about. And what the city of Milwaukee would do, just like other cities that have accomplished this in the past or recently, the city would use a financial instrument called a revenue bond to purchase the assets of We Energies. There may need to be some restructuring of the grid, but to answer something you brought up in your comments, this would be a purchasing of the existing infrastructure that We Energies has within the city limits or potentially some outside of it. The exact boundaries of what we would purchase and the actual final cost do get litigated before the Public Service Commission. So this is one aspect of the statute that allows us to do this. The statute being Chapter 197 of the Wisconsin State Statutes allows the city to do this. This is one aspect of the statute that maybe might appear to some regular folks as backwards in that we do have to have a referendum in Milwaukee before this hearing happens at the Public Service Commission to determine the final asset valuation and the price the city would pay. And it's a huge question that we do need to answer. We may not be able to answer it before the referendum, the exact price, because like I said, it'll get litigated. And then whatever the city is going to argue that we should pay the best price for We Energies degrading infrastructure. And there should be definitely a lot of depreciation factored into what we're doing when we make a purchase of their infrastructure. We Energies, of course, is going to argue that we should pay top dollar brand new prices for their infrastructure, and we may fall somewhere in there. And then, of course, We Energies would have a right, and they probably will exercise this to take us to court after that and claim.
Do you think? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, please.
Do you think I'm in the neighborhood, Alderman, on $4 billion? And I've based that on research. Some communities have already conducted feasibility studies. San Diego is one that I've cited. Okay. Their feasibility study cost them $3 million to do.
Okay.
They said on the top end they'd be at $8 billion. They're a city about twice the size of Milwaukee. So that's where I come up with that. Ann Arbor, Michigan is another comp that I've looked at. But
other cities that have conducted these and looked at prices have found things that are more in the neighborhood of hundreds of billions of dollars. But I think, or hundreds of millions of dollars, excuse me. But I think that like if you look at that population ratio, Boulder was paying less per person when they'd conducted their feasibility study. But I think like the main thing is that this will be an investment that the city of Milwaukee will make. I mean, I really do not want to say definitively how much it will cost because that has to be litigated with experts. We have to evaluate We Energies infrastructure, and based on their performance in the city of Milwaukee, their infrastructure is very degraded, and we will pay bargain basement prices for it when we litigate it. So I don't want to say definitively that it's going to be $4 billion or $1 billion or $800 million. I mean, it's going to be, I would say it will be a level of investment similar to the Bucks Arena and other major assets that we invest in here in the city of Milwaukee. And what a great asset to invest in, right? The energy infrastructure is so vital to everyone's basic needs. It should be owned collectively, is what I'm arguing. I mean, I'm sure that some of your listeners are aware that I ran supported by the Democratic Socialists of America, and we believe in an affordability agenda. agenda. And one of the ways we can achieve that affordability is by cutting out the profit motive from operations that serve everybody, like utilities. I mean, really, We Energy's shareholders, I actually have to say I was incorrect at something I said in the hearing. You guys hear it first here on WTMJ. I was incorrect. I claimed at the hearing that We Energies and some of the people claimed that we received that We Energies receives for every $10 spent on your bill, about $1 of it goes to their profits. But actually, I was corrected by an attorney who studies this and follows this, that actually it's closer to 15% of your bill goes to their profits. So it's actually even more than I thought. So 1 out of every $6 you're paying is going to profits. And what we want to do is, take that profit margin and have it investing in the infrastructure, investing in the workers, and really also just making the decisions ourselves about where we are investing our money, how we're upkeeping the infrastructure so that it can provide the best service to everybody. But the price gets litigated. I mean, valuation is not an exact science. So I don't even, We'll have to see when we come to the PSC and have these litigation hearings. I'll just get one more thought out here, Vince. That when we have these have these hearings about the valuation, if it turns out to be too much, there's actually a protocol in the statute that would allow the city to back out of this if it ends up being too much money. And we may want to use that, but it's worth continuing down this path, in my opinion.
So how would you, but you talked about doing the bonding and those bonds, I mean, essentially it's a loan, right? So you have to make payments on the loan. Where even would that come from? Even if you're on the lower end, even if it's only a couple of billions of dollars. So you said, well, we'll use the revenue that we're getting from ratepayers, because obviously they'd be paying the city now instead of We Energies to pay off that. But then who funds the operation of the utility?
Well, all that would be funded by ratepayers. Now, We Energies is currently, they are currently floating bonds as well for all these projects they're building. They're building a more electrical infrastructure, natural gas to support these data centers, which is something we don't agree with. I want a moratorium on data centers throughout the state. And when they build these kind of things, they float bonds just like we're going to intend to do. Now, we'll be able to get better rates with these being municipal bonds versus corporate bonds. Those rates generally are better. They are actually very sought after by investors as well. I mean, it's not, behind us.
The city has a solid bond rating, and we do very well there. I guess my question is, though, how do you not increase the burden? I mean, we talk about when your budget comes up annually, and we're somewhere between $1.5 and $2 billion for the entire budget of the city of Milwaukee. How do you add bonding to that and still address all of the other concerns? I mean, you just had a years-long negotiation paying police officers. You have firefighters, the fire department saying each and every day, we need equipment replaced. I mean, there's so many other needs that are right on top of the city. How can you possibly do both?
Well, because when you have a utility entity that's run municipally, from a government accounting perspective, that's called an enterprise fund. So those things are completely self-sustaining. Now, to get to, I think, at the heart of your question, like, will the bond that we float plus running the operation result in a larger bill? I mean, I do not believe so. Result in a larger bill for the consumer? I do not believe so. I mean, that is to be determined because we don't know the acquisition price that we're going to have to pay. But for the cities that have this, I grew up in Jefferson, Wisconsin, great town, and last time I drove through there was the hammer and sickle flying over City Hall. And I'm just kidding when I say that, but they have a municipal utility in Jefferson. They have the socialism I'm arguing for in Milwaukee. So does Oconomowoc. So does Elkhorn. So does Cedarburg, Stoughton. And last I looked, actually, here's the number I remember. Stoughton is paying approximately 12 cents per kilowatt hour or less. The residents of Stoughton, Wisconsin right now, according to the Wisconsin Electric Utilities Association, and we're paying approximately 19 cents. So that is unreasonable, and that a lot of that is being driven by their profits. A huge amount of it is by their return, and it's not just the profits. I mean, they do owe back to their shareholders, but they're also paying. Part of that is the debt that they're paying, and so that's all built into the operation currently. And I think that the city of Milwaukee will be able to do that successfully. We right now operate a successful utility currently, which is our Milwaukee Waterworks. In fact, the Waterworks works so well that Waukesha is buying water from us. And if they really didn't think we were doing a good job, they would turn off the pipeline that we have of water, of fresh, clean Lake Michigan water that we have going to Waukesha every single day to serve that community.
Didn't Waterworks just raise its rates something in the neighborhood of 10%?
I don't believe that was the exact amount that we raised. I couldn't tell you the exact amount that we raised, but here's the difference.
Okay, but it's not. I'm not absurdly off there.
No,
and those rates continue to increase.
I couldn't verify it, but I'll just say this. I mean, just setting aside the amount that was raised, to your point, the real question we have there when Waterworks raises its rates is we have a democratic discussion about that. We actually had. I sat on the Public Works Committee. We had a hearing. Constituents could contact us about this. So you look at We Energies when they make a proposal for rate increases, that's all done behind closed doors. That's done in the board of directors that is not elected by the residents of Milwaukee. I mean, there's not even a single person who stands for election on the board of We Energies, of WEC Energy Group right now. I mean, if they wanted to show goodwill to the community, maybe they could offer that as a piece. But we have a fully elected common council that hears the commissioner of public works and the superintendent of the waterworks have to come to us and make a case, and we have to argue about it in public where the TV cameras can be, where folks like you can comment on it, and that's great. I think that we have these democratic discussions.
I want to get to a break, Alderman. Can you hang for one more break? Let's. Andrew is producing the program. We're going to take a break, and then we'll continue with Eastside Alderman Alex Brower on this proposal to move Milwaukee off the We Energies power grid. Just one more follow-up on an important area we have not yet explored. That is next. First, we'll do time saver traffic here with Debbie.
Southbound on 41, you are seeing delays from about Appleton Avenue all the way down to about Capitol Drive. The northbound side, seeing delays from Mayfair Road all the way up to about Burleigh. Westbound 94, you're tightening up from 35th Street all the way to about Mitchell Boulevard. Eastbound slowing down from 68th Street to 35th. And 894 eastbound going to be slow from Forest Home all the way to about 35th Street. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
Steinhoffel's is celebrating America 250 with huge savings for your home. Right now, save up to 30% store-wide. Plus, get a $250 MasterCard when you spend $2,999 or more. Whether you're shopping for a new sofa, bedroom set, dining room, or mattress, now's the perfect time to save big and bring home the styles you love. Celebrate the Steinhoffel's America 250 sale. Shop in store, tell them Jessica Ty sent you, or shop online anytime at steinhoffels.com.
Replace before it breaks. Vince Vitrano here with some great advice and an offer from my HVAC guy, Ryan, at Urban Heating and Cooling. Boy, if your AC is going to quit, this is probably the week it's going to do it, at least if it's in short order. You got an air conditioner that's 10 years old or maybe older. If it's making those noises or doing those things or your house isn't cool, now is the time to call. Now, great thing about my guy, Ryan, over at Urban Heating and Cooling, it's Ryan and his wife, Ellie. It's their family-owned business. They're based on the south side, but they serve all of southeast Wisconsin. Ryan, last time he was out to my house, he was like, boy, I've been running all over. Janelle over there, that's who you call when you talk to Urban Heating and Cooling. It's like, Janelle's running me all over. She wants to get everybody in. And that was before we were in this ridiculous heat wave. So if you got a problem and need an emergency service, talk to Janelle over there. Tell her you're a 620 WTMJ listener that Vinny told you to call, and Ryan and the team there will do their best to get to you in short order. That's urbanheatingandcooling.com.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-838-6767. 800-838-6767. 800-838-6767.
Enjoy life at Capri Communities, where senior living's our expertise. Caring staff that help you when you need. Enjoy life at Capri, making friends and memories. Living life to the fullest, you will love your new home. Enjoy life at Capri Communities.
No matter matter what your summer sounds like, Summerfest is the place to be.
Congratulations.
And WTMJ is right in the middle of it. Come say hi as we broadcast live from the Summerfest grounds all festival long. From the Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin Mobile Studio, we're bringing Milwaukee's biggest summer tradition straight to you. Your soundtrack to summer, heard here on WTMJ.
Sponsored by Accunet Mortgage.
Get your rock-solid pre-approval or a no-pressure refi checkup by clicking on the blue button at Accunet.com. That's ACCUNET.com.
8:29 in Wisconsin's Morning News. I'm way over time, but I wanted to hold Alderman Alex Brower with us for one more segment because I got a couple more follow-ups on this issue of Milwaukee potentially moving off the We Energies power grid, creating its own energy utility with noble intentions, obviously, to save taxpayers money, to save residents money, Alderman. My question next is on the issue of reliability. Who would run this utility if the city takes it over? And how do you address concerns from residents who complain regularly about the leaves not getting picked up or their street not getting plowed? And now we're talking about something that's far more serious as to whether their lights even go on.
Oh, yeah, totally. No. There's pieces, and thank you so much, Vince. And there's pieces of the city of Milwaukee's infrastructure and operations that do leave a lot to be desired. I'm fighting for us to have the best infrastructure and operations that we possibly can in the city of Milwaukee. That's why part of the reason we brought the raise for the city workers for this year, and we're looking to make sure every single position is filled. On the question of reliability nationally, consumers who pay their utility bills to a municipal utility have half as much downtime, half as much outage time as those who are served by investor-owned utilities. The stats are there that reliability is through the roof with these kind of operations.
But aren't many of these that started that way? Like 100 years ago, they created it because they lived next to a river and they built a hydroelectric plant, and that's how they powered their community. Not ones that have converted in modern times.
Most of them are small towns. That's correct. The largest conversion that happened recently was Long Island. Their private investor-owned utility switched to it's not a municipally owned one. It's a quasi-state run entity. But as far as reliability, is concerned, we have a really good reliability rate with the utility that we currently operate, which is the waterworks. And then additionally, as far as like the actual on the ground operations, we have a few different options. We could have the city run it, or we could have the option of having a third-party entity manage the day-to-day operations as well. And that could be a way for us to avoid the city, those new workers coming under Act 10, so they can maintain, so our brothers and sisters at IBEW can maintain their private sector labor agreement that they enjoy with We Energies, which I support workers, and I completely support that. So those are a couple different options. But I'll say this about reliability and about all these things, these questions. We have an option when something is going wrong in your neighborhood. You have the option of calling your older person here in Milwaukee. And I receive calls from constituents all the time. Constituent services is the majority of my work, following up with departments, getting things fixed. And so we don't have that with We Energies currently. And so I really do think there actually will be more reliability. The stats show it. We have a nationwide network called the American Public Power Association that provides technical and other kinds of support for municipal utilities so that we can keep the lights on. And if we look at reliability, We Energies has less reliability than other municipal utilities that are operating currently in the state of Wisconsin. And so we'll be in partnership with them. There's an entity called WPPI that is like a corporation that serves municipal utilities all across the state of Wisconsin and sells electricity to them. They work with us. So we're going to really be able to tap in to a network that will serve our community. And one of the things about this versus other pieces of the city's department is this would be a self-funding apparatus, whereas the roads, we don't charge someone for driving on the roads. We do have a parking fees and a wheel tax, but we don't charge people for driving on the roads, so we don't have dedicated streams of income coming in like we really should to be able to fix and maintain our streets the way that our residents deserve. So it really is separate. That may sound a little silly to a listener, but it is a separate type of operation that will be self-sustaining financially.
Gotta run. Alderman, thank you so much for coming in, answering the questions. I got a lot more questions. I know we're not done with this conversation.
I'll have to be back on then.
That's Alderman Alex Brower, Eastside Alderman for the city of Milwaukee. 8:33 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Hey, John Mercure here from my friends at Dave Dragkamp Heating and Cooling, where your family's comfort is their family's tradition. If you're one of the many Wisconsinites just now realizing that old air conditioning system is unable to handle the summer heat, please give Dave Dragkamp a call ASAP. The longer you wait, the longer it takes. Maybe your system just needs some maintenance. And if that's the case, you can count on the honest experts at Dave Dragkamp to simply recommend a tune-up. It's why we've welcomed them into our home for more than a decade. Visit DaveDragkamp.com today. The teams I trust.
Summer always starts with good intentions.
Kids home from school, weekend trips, more time outside.
But somehow the house is in complete chaos by June.
That's why summer is the perfect time to get organized with Inspired Closets.
We create custom solutions for garages, pantries, laundry rooms, and more so your home works better for real life.
And when everything has a place, summer feels a whole lot less stressful.
Visit us today at InspiredClosetsMilwaukee.com.
Inspired Closets.
A wife and husband team.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Traffic is sponsored by the amazing Mineshaft Restaurant in downtown Hartford.
The Mineshaft Restaurant in Hartford needs line cooks and dishwashers. You'll make real money. Parents and grandparents, tell your kids. Contact the Mineshaft today and start next week.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. The Supreme Court is set to finish its term this morning with a couple of major decisions, including one on birthright citizenship. Here's ABC's Karen Hua in Washington.
Trump's order would deny automatic citizenship to children born in the U.S. to parents who are undocumented or only in the U.S. temporarily. Even some of the conservative justices seem skeptical of the Trump administration's case during arguments in the spring. Also today, the justices are set to rule on whether states can ban transgender girls from playing on girls' sports teams.
Potentially life-threatening heat is spreading from the Midwest into the Northeast over the next couple of days. Tens of millions of us are under heat advisories. The White House is now confirming to ABC News that the U.S. and Iranian delegations in Qatar are not expected to meet today. President Trump sent his envoys, Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff, to Doha after announcing Iran had requested a meeting. The Iranians maintain there never was anything scheduled. This is ABC News.
Outdoor Living Unlimited, WTMJ News Time, 8:36. Time for news, much money. WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. We do traffic there?
Yeah, we didn't do the bottom of the hour.
We didn't. I got you, Deb. All right, you're up.
All right, northbound on 41 at Mayfair Road, we have the two left lanes blocked with a crash. That's pretty much the biggest thing that's going on right now, because otherwise we just got delays from Silver Spring to Capitol. Eastbound's backing up from 35th Street. I'm sorry, from Hawley Road to 35th, westbound from 35th to Hawley, and then southbound 43 right past Good Hope Road, and then again from Capitol to Locust. I'm Debbie Lazago with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
So we did traffic there, regardless of whether we do traffic there.
There it is.
I think it could have been my mistake. I have 95 degrees today in your Storm Team forecast. Time for news, much money. WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Updates. It's 8:37, and the Dow Jones Industrial is out of the gate down 125 points to 52,043. The S&P 500 is at 7446. That's up 6 points, and the Nasdaq is up more than 100 to 25,927. Financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite. Details at annexwealth.com.
Outdoor
100 years ago, Bayview Shade and Blind opened its doors with a commitment to craftsmanship and care. Today, that same family spirit lives on in every home we serve. I'm Daniel Pahalski, one of the third-generation owners of Bayview Shade and Blind. We want to say thank you to the families and businesses who've supported us for 100 years.
Sharing a little sunshine for 100 years. Bayview Shade and Blind. MW Marine.
Celebrate summer with the 4th of July boat sale at MW Marine. Check out the new 2026 Lund, Ranger, and Vexus boats powered by Mercury Outboards. All priced to move during this special holiday event. Ask about remaining closeout models with deep discounted pricing at MW Marine. They'll help keep your boat ready for the water with expert service and convenient outdoor storage. Make this your best summer yet at MW Marine, where 4th of July savings are making waves.
When you want the best medical attention, you don't just go to anybody, you go to a specialist. The same should be true with your car or truck. I'm Deb Cruz, president of the Auto Dealers Association of Mega Milwaukee. When your vehicle needs service, take it to a specialist, an Adam member new car dealer. Adam dealers use factory warranty parts, the latest diagnostic equipment, and certified manufacturer technicians specially trained on the advanced technology on your vehicle. They have all the latest manufacturer service bulletins and will know if your issue is covered by an existing warranty or if there are any recalls. And despite what you might assume, their prices are as low or even lower than the independent shops, even on routine maintenance and tires. Now, knowing all that, why would you even consider going anywhere other than an Adam member dealer?
Get an oil change and safety inspection for trouble-free summer driving. Visit adam.com to find the Adam member dealer.
8:40 on Wisconsin's Morning News. Coming up next, we'll have Brewers manager Pat Murphy joining us for Brewers 360 as the Brewers beat the Reds last night and continue with Game 2 of a 4-game set against the Reds here at home tonight. Just wrapping up some of the comments from Eastside Alderman Alex Brower, who I appreciate his willingness to come in and to answer the questions. Obviously, I've been critical of his proposal, and he knew that. I also don't believe in sandbagging people, Telly. So when I reached out to the alderman, I'm like, I don't know if you listen or I don't know if you've heard, but here's my position, and I'm going to challenge you on this and this and this and this. These are the questions that I want to ask you. And so he came in and he answered them. Where we disagree is, and I think I'm right on my number, $4 billion is my estimate on what it would cost for the city to move off the We Energies power grid. Let's say I'm half wrong and it's $2 billion. Still doesn't change my opinion that that's money that would not be restored for generations in the city, and money that, even despite the ultimate perhaps outcome a long time from now, is maybe being a net positive if you could get there. I just don't think we're in a position to do that fiscally right now.
But I also think, too, Vince, is there ever a time where a city can take on such a project? I mean there's probably never going to be a time that you say, it's probably never going to be a time where you can be like, you know what? We have $4 billion to try this now. Yeah.
Understanding that that's where he's coming from, the reliability, folks can debate that. This isn't done yet. Would need to, the next thing they talked about, and we didn't have time to get into it, would be the feasibility study. My issue there as well is that the city would then spend hundreds of thousands of dollars at a minimum to conduct a feasibility study. I argued that I've done the feasibility study. It's too much money and it's not feasible. But Alderman Brower disagrees, and it's not the last that you will have heard from him or this proposal. It is 8:42 on Wisconsin's Morning News. Going to take a quick break, and then we get to Brewers manager Pat Murphy next on Brewers 360. We'll do Debbie here quickly.
Okay, we've got eastbound 94.
I didn't mean quickly. That was rude, Deb. I didn't mean like you have to go quick. I meant like I will go quick to Debbie.
Okay. That makes total sense now. Okay. We do have delays eastbound 94, making your way from about 68th Street all the way to about 35th, westbound 35th Street, just past Hawley Road. Northbound 41, right about at Mayfair Road, still have those two left lanes blocked with a crash. So the delays are starting to pick up from about Wisconsin Avenue all the way up to that scene. Southbound is slowing down from Appleton Avenue down to Capitol Drive. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
For growing businesses, digital marketing shouldn't be a gamble. If your business needs results, not guesswork, it's time for a different approach. At Margot Media, we deliver real results for businesses in an evolving digital world. Backed by data, guided by strategy, and focused on actionable outcomes. We partner with businesses of all sizes to drive growth locally or nationwide. Set up a free consultation today. Visit us at marglemedia.com. That's MARGLE media.com.
Finding the right talent today isn't just tough, it is critical. Vince Vitrano for LAK Group. In this world shaped by rapid change, you've got AI moving in, evolving skills necessary. You got to have people who are ready to adapt and lead. And that's where LAK Group comes in. LAK, the experts in recruiting across your organization. They help you find top candidates. They assess their skills, their culture fit, which is so important, and their ability to thrive in the workplace of tomorrow. At LAK Group, they don't just fill positions. They help you build high-performing teams that are engaged, future-ready, and equipped to navigate what's next. LAK Group is your partner in building what's next. Let's find your next star at lakgroup.com.
Manager of our Milwaukee Brewers, Pat Murphy.
This is wonderful. This is enjoy every minute of it, but this is about the Brewers. Don't forget it. The Brewers come first. Meet the game halfway. What the game calls for, get it done.
This is Brewers 360.
Brewers 360 is sponsored by Potawatomi Sportsbook, Ridgetop, and Cannon and Dunphy.
The 1-1. And a fly ball to center. Hit well. Friedel back. At the track. At the wall. Joey goes deep.
That was the difference for your Milwaukee Brewers. Joey Ortiz with a blast in the eighth. Brewers beat the Reds 5-3 and continue. They got their second game in this 4-game set tonight at American Family Field. Brewers manager Pat Murphy on the line with us this morning. Murph, good morning. What an exciting way to have the bats come alive at just the right time.
Yeah, it was a great ball game. It really was. I mean, we were swinging the bat good early. We had good at bats early, but we hit 5 line drives right at them, and couldn't, felt a little snake bit, but just stayed with it instead of feeling sorry for ourselves. We stayed after it and got it done in the 6th, 7th, and 8th.
Murph, you said during your post-game press conference that this was, quote, a Brewers type of win. Can you really go into detail what Brewer wins look like? Because you guys win often.
Yeah, no doubt. But the way you do that is you play with a little bit of an edge, and you play all 9. You go pitch to pitch. You don't have divided attention. You're not thinking about your numbers. You're not thinking about anything but this next pitch. It's hard to do. Easy to talk about, but very hard to do as a player when you got all sorts of distractions and things going on, an all-star game. Do I make it? Do I don't? Got a contract. Maybe I should take it. Maybe I shouldn't. All that stuff comes into play, and it's hard on some of these guys, and people may laugh at that, but it's hard when it comes to, it's privileged, but when it comes to getting it done in a game, when you're trying to hit a round ball with a round bat, when the ball's moving, very, very difficult. And, you got to get down to the core. The core is being in the now, and we were in the now for the whole game, and we had to give them a little reminder about that, and they responded like we have throughout the last couple of years.
On that point, Murph, I know you're tough on guys when they need to hear tough talk, and you don't mince words and you let them know where they stand. On the flip side, when a guy has success, you can hear it in your voice, the real joy that you have for your ball players, like a Joey Ortiz, who needed that moment so badly, the joy that you have in watching them succeed.
Yeah, there's no question. I mean, Joey's been an intricate part of this team that's, won as many games as they've ever won in the franchise in the last 2 years with him playing shortstop or third base. And he's been tremendous defensively. Offensively, he hasn't got it going to the level of major league average, but he hangs in there. He cares so much. He's a great person. He's a great teammate. He doesn't take a day off. He does whatever's asked of him. And he's frustrated. He wants more success. Now we sign a guy to a long-term deal that's a shortstop, so he has to move to third part-time, plays a little part-time short. It's tough on a kid. So for him to come through, his teammates were overjoyed. The staff was overjoyed. So, he's just a great kid.
Murph, most teams take on the personality of their manager, and if that is the case with this year's team, toughness has to be the first thing that you think of. And how are you doing? I know you've always made it about the team and the Brewers first, but the off day on Thursday, you had back surgery. And for you to return so quickly, that is A, toughness, but B, how are you feeling now?
Not good.
I thought you would have been okay, two-time manager of the year, if you would have asked for a few sick days, so to speak, and recover.
Well,
why wasn't that on the table?
I was there on Friday and managed on Friday. Saturday and Sunday, I really wasn't there. I was at the stadium, but I wasn't really able to focus and be part of it the way I like to. But yesterday I was back and felt a little better. Today I'm feeling worse, but I'm going to go at it again. I got a handful of pills in my hand right now for nerve pain and ibuprofen, and I mean, I got about everything you can take here, so it's not a narcotic. And just trying to get through it.
Well, you're right there with the team then, battling through 14 more in a row, if my count is correct. 14 games in a row. And even some of the guys have had some cramping issues. I can't even imagine here with the heat how much you're trying to stress. Guys, you got to take care of yourselves before you even get to the ballpark.
You do. I mean, there's a lot that goes into it. Again, it's a privileged life for these young men. Very privileged, but it's not easy. And anybody that thinks it is are wrong. To keep this level of talent, you have people nipping at your legs the whole time to take your job, and to do what they do and do it as well as they do, is not easy. So yeah, you do have to take care of yourself this time of year.
Murph, when you're going through these type of stretches, when you have so many games in so few days, what does the message become? I mean, because when you're in this stretch every day, you can't say the same thing and think people will be motivated. So is there anything you do differently during these tough stretches to make sure that guys stay fresh or as fresh as they possibly can?
Well, you got to get them some off days, and the verbiage to them. I don't talk to them all that much. They know exactly where I'm coming from on a lot of things. I'll individually talk to them, but you got to give them some off days. You got to give them some time away. You've got to let some other guys step up, if you will. But it's you can't stop playing the right way. If you're going to be in this we call it the jungle. If you're going to be in the jungle, you got to be able to handle the rules of the jungle. And it does not get easy. And it's anybody can beat anybody on any given day, which has been proven since the beginning of Major League Baseball. But it continues to prove itself. So many teams that are just close to 500. Anybody can beat you. You got to show up every day, and you got to be ready. And if you're not ready, excuse yourself, and we'll get somebody else in there.
Brewers manager Pat Murphy live with us this morning. It's a 6:40 first pitch tonight against the Reds. Keep hanging in there, Murph. Everybody's wishing you well. A lot of fans texting in saying, yeah, hope Murph is good. So thinking about you.
Thank you. Appreciate
it. It is 8:51 on Wisconsin's Morning News. Let's do traffic one more time before 9 o'clock. Deb.
Delays along southbound 41, pretty hefty too, from Appleton Avenue down to Capitol Drive. Heads up with that. Northbound 41 still have that left lane blocked at Mayfair Road with a crash. Delays coming up from Blue Mound Road up to that point. Eastbound 94 slowing down from just about Hawley Road all the way to 35th. Westbound from 35th Street to Hawley. And then we've also got delays on eastbound 894 starting around 68th Street, stretching past Loomis. I'm Debbie Lazaga with your WTMJ Time Saver Traffic.
WTMJ's Eric Bilstead here for Tri-County Contracting. Are you like me? Do you stress about your home, how it looks, or maybe you're worried about something leaking? Well, you can live with peace of mind and without stress by getting a new roof from Tri-County Contracting. Get yourself a free instant roof quote right now. Go to TriCountyContractingWI.com. It's that easy. It's roofing, siding, and windows that'll make you love your home again. TriCountyContractingWI.com.
No matter what business you're in, as the #1 SBA lender in Wisconsin, Summit Credit Union helps your vision take shape with loan programs, great rates, and strategic solutions.
Awarded the #1 SBA lender by the Small Business Administration of Wisconsin in 2025.
Bo here from Ridgetop Exteriors. Southern Wisconsin got hit hard with hail recently. If your home took a beating, now's the time to take action. We've been delivering top quality roofing, siding, and window services locally for over 23 years. With free damage assessments and insurance experts on staff, we've been your licensed, local, and trusted contractor since day one. Don't wait until small damage becomes a big problem. Turn to Ridgetop Exteriors today. RidgetopExteriors.com. That's RidgetopExteriors.com.
Ridgetop Exteriors.
Hey, better. Swing into Potawatomi Casino Hotel Milwaukee for the $300,000 Big League Series. Just play with your rewards card over 3 months to earn entries. Here's the lineup. Leading off April, on deck May, in the hole June. All monthly entries you earn will roll into drawings on Friday, June 26th, where you could win cash, free play, or one of 3 new Toyota vehicles. It's the $300,000 Big League Series, only at Potawatomi. More info online. Must be 21 and a rewards member to play.
I'm Julie Leary, and I'm part of the Cannon & Dunphy Personal Injury Team, one of the most honored and respected firms in Wisconsin. Nobody does more to help people who have been injured in a car accident. We listen, we care, and we work tirelessly to fight for the wrongly injured. Our experienced attorneys have helped car accident victims for over 40 years, and we can help you too. Call Cannon & Dunphy to speak with one of us. I believe nobody does it better.
A new deck from Outdoor Living Unlimited is built to last. We are Wisconsin's #1 TimberTech deck installation team. For amazing ideas, go to Outdoor Living Unlimited's Instagram page. For a free estimate, go to OutdoorLivingUnlimited.com.
Staples Easy Deal Days are here. Score up to 50% off more than 1,000 products in-store and online. It all ends July 4th. Staples, that was easy.
Get the help you need Saturday morning with How To Radio. At 7, it's the WTMJ Fix It Show with David Nason, featuring this week's guest, CertaPro Painters. At 9, plan your dream vacation with the Fox World Travel Show. And at 10, get financial guidance during Money Talk. Contact Annex Wealth Management for an unbiased review of your investments at annexwealth.com. How To Radio, Saturday mornings on WTMJ.
Traffic sponsored by the Fork in the Road Restaurant, Mukwonago. Flavor, friends, family, find it all at the Fork in the Road Restaurant. Enjoy house-made favorites, craft beers, and signature martinis in a one-of-a-kind atmosphere. Fork in the Road, Mukwonago.
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee from the Annex Wealth Management Studios. This is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
A little bit before 9 o'clock, as we mentioned on Monday's program, the potential for the National Weather Service to issue more heat-related warnings and advisories has manifested itself.
What, is it hot?
Indeed, very hot through the week. National Weather Service extended the extreme heat warning through Wednesday evening now.
What's the weather like out there? It's hot. Damn hot. Real hot.
A few more details on the forecast here in a moment. First, weather adjacent and maybe an effort to really create the authentic European experience. You know, France just went through a deadly heat wave. Had temperatures above 100 degrees. That's the air temperature.
Wow.
Well, today they're going to start building the Eiffel Tower at Cathedral Square Park as they're preparing for Bastille Days. So that's I think it's, what do they have it here? I got the number. So 43 feet is the replica of the iconic structure. Bastille Days celebrating French culture. Not this weekend, but next. So it begins July 9th. But hot work today downtown as they start building out the Eiffel Tower. As for the rest of this week, from the National Weather Service, the extreme heat warning now extended through tomorrow night. And probably wouldn't shock anyone if they went a little bit further than that. Although Thursday's high is just 93 degrees.
just
93. We're at 95 today. Also from the National Weather Service, and this part's important, little relief at night. Overnight heat index values in the middle to upper 70s. Thunderstorm chances increase for Thursday and Friday. So we'll keep an eye on that as we rapidly approach the Independence Day weekend.
And the heat! My God, the heat!
These are your business headlines from the Milwaukee Business Journal.
The Wisconsin Center District appoints Board Chair Jim Cantor as Chief of Staff. Cantor will receive $30,000 per month for the 30-hour-a-week interim position. It's unclear how long Cantor is expected to stay in the role. The U.S. Secret Service will occupy roughly 5,000 square feet on the 4th floor of the Pabst Professional Center in Milwaukee's Brewery District. The build-out of the Milwaukee office will cost $610,000 according to a permit application. Landmark Credit Union plans 5 Madison area branches by the end of 2027. The branches include 2 Madison locations and offices in Middleton, Sun Prairie, and Waunakee. I'm Logan Hansen from MilwaukeeBusinessJournal.com on 620 WTMJ.
Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. Real pricing, premium quality, no games. Shopping for new windows and doors shouldn't feel like a negotiation, and it definitely shouldn't feel like a game. Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin believes in straightforward pricing, honest conversations, and helping homeowners find the right fit for their home. Because a fair final price matters more than some flashy discount. Pella never inflates pricing, and there's no high-pressure sales pitch. Just premium windows and doors built for long-term comfort, beauty, and peace of mind. And when you buy direct through Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin, one trusted team handles everything from start to finish. The same company that manufactures your windows and doors is also the one selling, installing, and servicing them with Pella certified installers every step of the way. That means confidence in the process, confidence in the product, and one team standing behind the work from beginning to end. Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. Real pricing, premium quality, no games. Schedule your free in-home consultation today at PellaWI.com.
Save on the best quality furniture and mattresses during the July Independence Day sale at Ken Michaels Furniture. With major discounts from our premier suppliers, you will save big on top brands like Bradington Young, made in the foothills of the Great Smoky Mountains. Bradington Young is known for its fine quality leather upholstery. Yours brings you modern Scandinavian design recliners and sofas, ergonomically engineered for more hip and back support. Norwalk, with American roots that go back over 100 years, specializes in making furniture just for you. Choose the piece, style, fabric, or leather you want, and in just 35 days, we'll deliver your new sofa, chair, or sectional. In-stock or special orders are all sale priced. Need a little help putting it all together? At Ken Michaels Furniture, our design staff is ready to help you with your purchases, and it's free. Stop in today and save now during the Independence Day sale at Ken Michaels Furniture on Capitol Drive in Brookfield, Highway 100 in Greenfield, or our downtown Mattress Factory showroom.
Get started with your no-hassle refi checkup by clicking on the blue button at Accunet.com.
When the dust settles, only one team will be seeing red.
0-2 pitch. Struck him out with a changeup. That was filthy.
The Brewers take on the Reds tonight at American Family Field.
Swing and a miss. That's strike 2, and that one was at 102.
Our Brewers Radio Network game day coverage starts at 6:05. We are the home of the Brewers. 620 WTMJ, Milwaukee.
9 o'clock, I'm Vince Vitrano on Wisconsin's Morning News. Today is Tuesday, June 30th. Our top story, no working sprinklers on scene of a Milwaukee school fire.
I'm Telly Hughes, in for Eric Bilstead. More big decisions from the nation's high court.
Your Storm Team forecast, extreme heat warning in effect now until tomorrow night. Heat indices expected over 100 degrees today, with a high of 95. Tonight's low 77. Tomorrow looking at a high of 96 degrees. Milwaukee is at 84 at 9 o'clock in the morning. And from the WTMJ Breaking News Center, crews are still on scene of that massive fire this morning. This was at Lincoln Avenue School, Milwaukee's near south side. Milwaukee Fire Chief Aaron Lipsky there in person. He said the fire broke out about 3 in the morning. The building does not have fire sprinklers. More than 100 firefighters called.
At present, we have Milwaukee Fire Department, West Dallas Fire Department, Greenfield, Greendale. We have the Milwaukee Fire Bell Club coming to rehab our firefighters. This humidity just saps you. We have the Milwaukee Police Department on scene, and we have had conversations with a representative of Milwaukee Public Schools as well. We have absolutely no idea what might have caused this just yet. We haven't had a chance to really dig in on that.
Now, Chief did tell us nobody was hurt.
Milwaukee leaders continue to share resources for residents as the dangerous heat impacts southeast Wisconsin.
Make sure that you stay hydrated, and if you need to or you can,
please make sure you go to one of our safe places with some air conditioning, libraries, county senior centers, splash pads, take the kids there when those places are open.
Mayor Cavalier Johnson and others urging safety as the sweltering conditions continue today. State officials also remind residents that utility companies cannot disconnect power to occupied homes while a National Weather Service heat warning or heat advisory is in effect. If your power has already been shut off, you may qualify for a temporary reconnection. Neil Doyle, WTMJ News.
As we speak, the U.S. Supreme Court is said to be posting additional opinions that are due to be released today. The High Court preparing to release remaining rulings from this latest term.
The High Court is set to rule on birthright citizenship, transgender athlete bans, and campaign finance. On Monday, the justices sided with President Trump's power to fire federal employees, but dealt a blow to his efforts to fire Fed Chair Lisa Cook and to limit mail-in ballots. President Trump saying at the White House that the ruling makes his Save America Act even more important.
News Nation's Marnie Hughes reporting.
Indirect talks are taking place today in Doha, Qatar, between the U.S. and Iran. Former Defense Department official Mick Mulroy says it's an indication that Iran believes it still has leverage by controlling the Strait of Hormuz, and also says demeaning the strait, may be difficult.
They simply don't have the equipment nor the know-how. They could contribute because they're the ones that actually put the mines in the strait in the first place, so they could help with those that have the expertise in finding them. But it's clear they don't want to have any other involvement in the strait. They view this as their biggest benefit for this entire war. They could control a key waterway, 21% of the world's energy supply in perpetuity now.
As recently as this weekend, there were multiple strikes in the region.
The man who tried to kill his ex-girlfriend with a hatchet was sentenced to 90 years in prison.
35-year-old Hayden Daffenson of Ripon pled guilty to attempted first-degree intentional homicide, first-degree sexual assault, and mayhem. Prosecutors say Daffenson planned the attack after the victim ended their relationship. Court documents show that Daffenson hit the woman 25 times with a hatchet while attempting a sexual assault and then left her for dead. Daffenson was sentenced to 90 years in prison. The woman who was attacked survived. Nizer Spencer, WTMJ News.
A week-long effort to collect food, water, and supplies in Milwaukee for Venezuelan earthquake relief efforts is off to a great start.
The presence of Brewers catcher William Contreras and outfielder Jackson Churio, both natives of Venezuela, brought hundreds to Blessed Sacrament Church for the first day of the United for Venezuela relief campaign. But their coach, Nestor Corredor, says it's the community's desire to help that will keep momentum going.
A lot of people believe in us. We can do it without you guys.
In addition to food and water, Forward Latino's Daryl Maureen says they're looking for housing and shelter supplies as well.
Lanterns, flashlights, batteries, all that is very much appreciated.
You can find a full list at WTMJ.com. Adam Roberts, WTMJ News.
Time for news about your money. WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. 35 minutes off the opening bell. The Dow Jones Industrial is down, but just 15 points to 52,168. The S&P 500 at 74.47 is up 7 points. And the NASDAQ up 72 to 25,892. Financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite. Details at annexwealth.com.
Outdoor Living Unlimited WTMJ News Time is 9:06.
Healthcare team I personally trust, Jens Family Chiropractic in Germantown. Jens is my chiropractor, and they've become an important part of helping me stay healthy and active. Life can be demanding, whether you're spending long hours at a desk, chasing after kids, enjoying your favorite hobbies, or simply trying to feel your best. Aches and pains can get in the way. The doctors and staff at Jens focus on finding the source of your discomfort, helping you improve your overall health and your mobility. They provide personalized care where you feel heard and supported. I've experienced that care firsthand, which is why I'm proud to recommend Jens Family Chiropractic. Take the first step towards feeling better right now. The team at Jens Family Chiropractic is second to none. Learn more at jensfamilychiropractic.com. Experience the difference. That's jensfamilychiropractic.com.
The new fractured boulders we now have in stock are really nice. They're squarer and more rectangular in shape, and they're great for building dry laid retaining walls. They're much easier to deal with, lock together nicely, and you get less gaps. No wet mortar needed. And we've stocked a multitude of colors. You can use them as an accent item to add character to your dry river or creek beds too. Erickson's Landscape Supply. High-quality mulch and stone for a whole lot less. Commercial or residential, visit ericksonslandscapesupply.com to see our entire selection. Our organic mulch is comprised of all trees. Most mulch is made from ground-up pallets, and you don't know what might have been spilled on those pallets. Could be chemicals or who knows what. But not our mulch, we're recycling trees. Many species of hardwoods. Cedar, hemlock, light brown, dark brown, mocha, black, red, gold, and caramel. 7 colors to choose from means a mulch to match any exterior. Erickson's Landscape Supply. High-quality mulch and stone for a whole lot less. Commercial or residential, visit ericksonslandscapesupply.com to see our entire selection.
Time for an update from the Gruber Law Office's One Call, That's All Sports Desk.
Game 2 tonight between the Brewers and Reds at American Family Field. The Bats got going late for the Crew. Joey Ortiz with a 2-run homer for a comeback 5-3 win. Manager Pat Murphy.
Swinging the bat good early. We had good at-bats early, but we hit 5 line drives right at him and couldn't, felt a little snake bit, but just stayed with it instead of feeling sorry for ourselves. We stayed after it and got it done in the 6th, 7th, and 8th.
Brandon Sproat takes the mound tonight for the Crew. Our coverage right after the 6 o'clock news on WTMJ. Some thrilling games yesterday in the World Cup. Brazil, Paraguay, and Morocco all moving on to the round of 16. 3 more matches today. The U.S. faces Bosnia tomorrow night. And Serena Williams takes the court today at Wimbledon. Her first time playing the tournament in over 4 years. Her first round singles match scheduled to start around 11 o'clock our time on center court.
Time saver traffic as we come up on 10 minutes after 9 o'clock. Pretty much the usual suspects. I do have one crash. This crash is in the northbound side. It's on the northbound side of I-4145 in Wauwatosa, right near the medical complex. You've got the left lane blocked due to a crash, and that is slowing traffic down right when you get to Watertown Plank Road. So if you're northbound just past the Zoo Interchange, headed toward the Menominee Falls area, you're going to slow down from Watertown Plank. Now things open up once again past North Avenue. Opposite direction through the construction zone. Traffic is slow from Silver Spring Drive, really crawling right around Hampton, and then open back again. Once you're to Burleigh on I-94, right around American Family Field, slow east and westbound into the Stadium Interchange.
Here is your WTMJ 5-day forecast. Extreme heat warning in effect until 7 o'clock tomorrow night. Today, sunny, hot and humid. Heat index over 105 in some spots with a high of 95. Tonight, very muggy and mostly clear. Slight chance of storms north with a low of 77. I don't think I've ever said low of 77.
The low.
In Wisconsin ever. Wednesday, mostly sunny, hot and humid. Once again, extreme heat warning in effect until 7 o'clock. Storms possible with a high of 96. Thursday, hot and humid, slight chance of showers, high of 93. Friday, hot and muggy. Another shot at storms north, high of 90. Saturday, the 4th of July, partly cloudy, muggy with storm chances with a high of 87. Sunday, storms likely, muggy still, high of 82. In Milwaukee, it's currently 84 degrees. Outdoor Living Unlimited WTMJ news time is 9:11.
Live from the Annex Wealth Management Studios at the Avenue in downtown Milwaukee, this is Wisconsin's Morning News. Now, here are your hosts, Vince Petrano and Telly Hughes.
Eric's off for another day, past today, Telly in today, and the show is being produced by Andrew Zimmel as Greg Pancake Hill has a few days off as well. Vince Vetrano here with you, taking you up until 10 o'clock this morning. Breaking news now, as we suggested, the U.S. Supreme Court is beginning once again to issue rulings in this latest term. I'm seeing out of the corner of my eye that the court has ruled and issued its opinion on transgender athletes playing in sports, and it looks like the court has upheld states' rights to ban transgender athletes from participating in the opposite sex's sports teams, which, again, if you were born a biological male, transitioned into being a female, some states have banned those individuals from playing in boys' or men's sports, and the High Court appears to have upheld that right of the states to do that. One of several rulings perhaps due out today. Bringing in CBS News White House reporter Olivia Rinaldi, because it's Tuesday, holiday week as it were. Are you keeping an eye on Supreme Court as well, Olivia? I mean, I know traditionally you cover the White House, although so many of these cases are things that directly affect President Trump and things that he has done or has been not allowed to do by the courts. Olivia, hang on for 1 second. We're trying to get your audio up. That's an issue on our end. So while we wait to see if we can get Olivia tuned in there. Yeah, you got it, Andrew, or no? Andrew, sorry that this was the moment that I said Andrew was filling in for Greg Pancake Hill. It's a lot of buttons to push back there. But this is one of several rulings that is expected today. The other one we're still waiting on is birthright citizenship and the interpretation of the High Court as to what the founders meant when they said, if you're born here, you're a citizen. And what the president has attempted to do is say, well, if you're born here to people who are in the country illegally, or even in some cases here on a legal, as it were, but temporary visa, or someone who's not a permanent resident of the U.S., that child is not automatically considered a U.S. citizen. That's been challenged and has gone all the way up to the U.S. Supreme Court. The analysis that I was hearing on that one, Telly, is that the justices, although sometimes it's hard to tell, but their line of questioning, even from among these 6 conservatives on the High Court, was skeptical of the president's ability to do that, given how the Constitution is written. So we're waiting on that ruling as well. That could come down today at any moment. Traditionally, it's about 9 o'clock our time, and these things start coming out.
Vince, is it normal for such big decisions to all come down one day?
Yes.
Like, why?
This is how they do it, right? You come up in late June, and they all come out this last week or so.
Just roll them out, huh?
I think we got Olivia's mic figured out on our end. Olivia, you got us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Okay, awesome. Yes, can hear you now. We were talking about the Supreme Court. Not sure how closely on your end you're watching all of these decisions come down.
Yeah, no, we watched this very closely, particularly this year, because this is one of the first, years where some of the first actions of the Trump administration in his second term are now being decided in front of the court. Of course, they've decided other things. They've stayed decisions. They've made some executive calls, but these are the first cases that really made their way through the court system that reflect some of the key tenets of Trump's agenda. 2 of those being transgender girls playing in women's sports and birthright citizenship. If you'll remember, that's an executive order that he signed on his first day in office. Now, that one has been appealed and struck down at every level and every court system that it has gone in front of. And yet this White House kept appealing and appealing all the way to the Supreme Court because they would like a ruling on that. The president wants to limit the scope of birthright citizenship, believing that it costs the U.S. too much money and that he wants them to adjust the view that if you are not a citizen and you come to the U.S. and you have a child, that child would then be considered an American citizen, which really was a core tenet of the Constitution, and the president wants to have that be rewritten today. And so we don't know. I don't think that one has come down just yet. I keep checking my phone to see if it has. We know that the Supreme Court really upheld that ban on transgender women in female sports. At least at the high school and collegiate levels, saying that states can make that decision for themselves, that it doesn't violate the Equal Protections Clause. But this is a big day. To what Telly was saying, I mean, yeah, they do wait until the last day usually for these big decisions. Roe versus Wade was on one of the last days of the court, system back in 2022 was when it was overturned. And June, that's when this all comes out. The justices are eager to start their summer, so they're dropping all of the big decisions today.
Olivia Rinaldi is with us, CBS News White House reporter. I almost hesitate to ask you about Iran, Olivia, for fear that we're going to have the same conversation we had last week and the week before and the month before, et cetera. But where are we at? Negotiations, according to the White House, were set to resume today on this ongoing long-term peace. Of course, we have the memorandum of understanding, which is supposed to be in place right now.
Yeah, so what's happening today is the Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and the president's son-in-law are making their way to Doha, where they're going to meet not with Iranians, but they're going to meet with other officials to talk about Iran's nuclear program. Also in Doha will be officials from Tehran, but they will not be meeting. These two sides are not going to be talking to each other today. They're going to be talking to other mediators. The reason this all kind of fell apart was over the weekend, we saw Iran strike some boats that were going through the Strait of Hormuz near a shipping lane that was created on the coast of Oman. There's Oman and Iran, and we saw there's a new shipping lane near Oman where ships are going through, but Iran says they didn't like that because they want them to go closer to the coastline of Iran so they can charge those tolls and monitor that traffic. So once they got upset about that, they started firing on ships. The U.S. fired back. And so really it's coming down to who is controlling the strait. That's the ultimate concern right now. And that's what Iran is really trying to hone in on and keep their control of the strait as the U.S. tries to work around that with a UN-backed group with the Omanis and others in the region. So what we're seeing today, and probably over the next couple of days, is what has happened previously with the Iranians, which is their negotiation tactics are coming out in full force, which is they will physically be in the same place as U.S. officials and not want to talk to them and not have negotiations with them in an effort to really draw out this process and believing that they can hold out longer than the U.S. at this point. There's also discussion with officials in Doha today about releasing those $6 billion in frozen funds to the Iranians. They haven't received that money yet, but they are there to discuss that today. And I'm old enough to remember during the campaign trail when there was an exchange of frozen assets that were released to Tehran during the Biden administration in exchange for some Americans who were inside of the country. And the president had some choice words, President Trump, at the time when he was on the campaign trail, had some choice words about that. So I'm curious to see when those funds actually get released and if there's anything tied to them, if it's a full reopening of the strait and therefore those funds get released or if they just get released regardless.
Are you guys in Washington, Olivia, getting the same hot and humid? I mean, that's pretty standard for D.C., but we got a heat index of over 100 degrees here in the Midwest. You getting the same?
Yeah. Yeah, I think it starts today. I think that's when it starts today for us. But yeah, through the weekend, and it's actually interesting because, of course, you know, we're in the nation's capital, and we're going to have this big fireworks show on Saturday night, the 4th of July, 250th anniversary of the United States. But it's going to be, 104. And normally, I've grown up in this area, so when you have the 4th of July, the whole National Mall is usually open, and people can just kind of come in and set up on a picnic blanket and watch the fireworks. The fireworks are going to be later. They're going to be larger. It's going to be a very long fireworks show. And the security has been increased exponentially. It's going to be like TSA style security. And so people won't be able to bring in, chairs, umbrellas, tents, things that they can cover themselves with. And they're going to have to arrive much earlier to go through the security. It's going to be a bit of a chaotic thing on the National Mall. It's for safety reasons, of course, but when you're considering the heat aspect to all of this, it could create some problems potentially.
Yeah, I think I'd go to America 251 instead to deal with all that.
Yeah, it's quite hot this year. I don't plan on being outside for very long.
Oh, we appreciate you joining us on this holiday week. Olivia Rinaldi from CBS News. Thanks, Olivia.
Take care.
Coming up on 922 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Hey, better. Swing into Potawatomi Casino Hotel Milwaukee for the $300,000 Big League Series. Just play with your rewards card over 3 months to earn entries. Here's the lineup. Leading off April, on deck May, in the hole June. All monthly entries you earn will roll into drawings on Friday, June 26th, where you could win cash, free play, or one of 3 new Toyota vehicles. It's the $300,000 Big League Series, only at Potawatomi. More info online. Must be 21 and a rewards member to play.
See every smile, every milestone, every moment that matters most. Vince Vitrano for Shopko Optical. That's our family's choice for comprehensive eye care services. From the moment you walk in at Shopko Optical, you feel welcome. valued and genuinely cared for. Now, going to the eye doctor, I've told you this, it's a new experience for me, only the last couple of years. The team at Shopko Optical takes time with the newbies and folks who've always been going to help you understand your concerns, to explain your options, to talk about the questions that you have so you feel confident in your care. Whether you're due for a comprehensive eye exam or maybe you're looking for the right eyewear, they're there to support your vision and eye health every step of the way. Create your personalized eye care plan with the team at Shopko Optical. Call or visit shopko.com to schedule today.
Is it time to replace your roof? Are you looking for a temporary fix like asphalt or a lifetime one-and-done experience with stone-coated metal roofing? This is not a throwaway product. It's an investment that can save you from an insurance claim. To learn more, call Abbey Home today. And if someone asks you if you know a guy in the business, you can say no, but I know a girl. Right now, get 50% off installation on a new metal roof. That's right, 50% off installation on a new metal roof. Go to abbyhome.com or give us a call, 414-436-ABBY, 414-436-2229.
Prizes, flyaways, even cash money. You want it? We've got it. Find a list of all contests and official rules by visiting WTMJ.com/contests.
That's WTMJ.com/contests.
Staples Easy Deal Days are here. Score up to 50% off more than 1,000 products in-store and online. It all ends July 4th. Staples, that was easy.
9:24 on Wisconsin's Morning News. Remember that time when the state of Wisconsin said we're going to allow online sports gaming?
Seemed like that was a long time ago.
They passed a bill and signed by the governor. And here we are, almost July. And
still,
far as anybody knows, you can't do that yet. Yeah. WTMJ's Neil Doyle's been asking questions about that. Where are we at in this process, Neil?
Well, yeah, the bill was signed in April. So got approval. Governor signed it. Now, maybe some sports fans out there sitting on their couch like, why can't I start placing wagers yet? Well, there's still some steps here in this process. Now, of course, Wisconsin is going with what they call a hub and spoke model. Basically, it allows the 11 tribes within the state to offer online sports wagers. So that means companies like DraftKings, FanDuel, some of the other big ones will not be allowed to come into the state and offer sports betting. It will only be allowed through the tribal nations, which is pretty rare. It's not something that's been done in many other states. Really, the only other place that is doing something similar is Florida. So Wisconsin is going with that same model. So kind of where things stand with this is with now the bill signed, the 11 tribes have to come to the table with Governor Evers, other state leaders to renegotiate these gaming compacts. They have to get things in place. Governor Evers has been very adamant that he wants to make sure it's equal for all 11 tribes. He doesn't want this to benefit any one tribe in particular. So they've got to negotiate these gaming compacts. Once they get all of that done at the state level, it then has to be then approved at the federal level because of the model they're going with here. So that's kind of where things are now. It is interesting. People are wondering how quickly will this get done to get things approved at the state level to then send it to get approved federally. It's moving along. Negotiations did start earlier this month. We heard that Governor Evers met with some of the tribal leaders, but kind of, how quickly that proceeds, we'll have to kind of see. Now, I spoke with Jeff Zakodny, who is a writer, a senior news analyst with Covers.com, very big sports betting site. They cover betting throughout the country, but he's been specifically kind of following what's happening here in Wisconsin. And he does point to, the model here is just very different. It's not what we see in a lot of other states and even some of the neighboring states of Wisconsin.
Wisconsin is different from a lot of other states in that they've gone this way with these federally reviewed and approved gaming compacts to bring legal online sports betting to the state.
And again, it is similar to the model being used in Florida, but he points to the difference there is Florida only has one tribe, the Seminole tribe, that handles a lot of their gambling, their online sports betting. Here in Wisconsin, as I said, we have 11. So it certainly could be a little tougher when it comes to kind of negotiating and redoing some of these gaming compacts, because I'm sure some tribes might say this, another might say that, and everybody kind of has to come to an agreement. And again, it then has to be sent to the federal government to get the stamp there before the tribes can then come up with these apps that will then be allowed to, on your phone, place these bets. And again, none of these other big companies are coming in. So Zakonde points to, some of these companies have been very upset. Again, a DraftKings, FanDuel, that they're not being allowed a piece of the pie. There could be some legal challenges there. So that certainly could maybe throw a wrench into it. But according to him, and again, he's been following this, he thinks the process is kind of moving in the right direction. And if he had to kind of make a prediction, he thinks we might not be waiting too much longer before the online sports betting goes live.
It's very possible you could have it done by the end of the year. I think if you're, just to piggyback on what I was saying earlier, if I'm thinking that the governor wants to get these compacts approved and off the federal government and before his term runs out, before he leaves office, I would also kind of think that he would want to see it, launch under his watch.
So his prediction, maybe end of the year, it maybe sounds a little overzealous, just in my opinion, but he did mention as well, look, a lot of these online sports platforms, football is the moneymaker. So if the tribes want to try to get this live here before football season, they're going to have to continue to negotiate with state leaders, get everything approved and updated with the gaming compacts, get it sent off and try to get it live. So we'll see. He mentioned as well, with Governor Evers, this is his final term. He's the one who signed this bill. Would he want to be the one to make sure and kind of see this through and not have that fall on whoever is elected in November? So I reached out to a few of the tribes. They've said, yes, negotiations are ongoing, but they didn't really have much of a comment, kind of the same from the governor's office, which is kind of what I expected. So we'll see. Again, there are some steps to this. So if you've been sitting out there, they signed this in April, why can't I start placing online sports bets yet? It's because of all of this. All of this has to get approved. Now, again, it's not the question of, are we going to be able to bet on sports on our phones? It's coming. It's just a question of kind of if, not when.
Do you have, and you may not know this may not be known, Neil, but do you know how it's going to work? Will the tribes, individual tribes, be able to do like an app, much like a FanDuel or a DraftKings? Is that what it's going to be like?
That's kind of the interesting part of this too. What is this market going to look like? And Jeff, I kind of asked, he really went in depth with it. So just trying to, this could be a half-hour conversation. He said yes, most likely, and kind of what we saw the Seminole tribe in Florida do. They've developed their own app. Could they bring a third party in? Yeah, I think that's going to be kind of up to the tribes how they want to negotiate.
And I wonder if they compete against it. Do the Potawatomi have one sort of app, and then the Ho-Chunk they have a different app, and the Menominee they have a different app, and maybe somebody has a better rate or somebody's offering different odds.
It could look like that. He said, he would imagine a lot of these, right? The tribes and their casinos would want to have their own branding, so kind of what some of that looks like. So. It's going to be different than what we see in these other states because these bigger players are not involved, but kind of what the market looks like. When will this all kind of get approved? Still some questions out there.
I don't know enough about sports to bet on it anyway. Right? I had enough heartbreak in my life too. What do they call it when you bet against your team? It's misery insurance. Right? Bet on the Brewers. Bet on the Brewers to lose because if we win, great. I'm happy my team won. If we lose, then make a little something on the side. However you all want to do it. 9:31. Thank you, Neil. On Wisconsin's Morning News.
You've got to try the new TikTok diet.
Just ask chat.
I just take blue-green algae.
You just have to eat kale. Kale, kale, kale.
I read you should put butter in your coffee.
Or you could trust your gut. When it comes to your energy, digestion, and overall health, how do you know what's actually right for you? That's where Viome comes in. Viome is a simple, at-home gut health test that looks at your body's real-time biology using RNA to show what's going on inside you right now. Not trends, not guesses, your biology. With your results, Viome gives you clear, personalized, actionable guidance. Which foods help you, which ones don't, and which supplements your body actually can benefit from. All based on the world's largest gut health databases and thousands of clinical research studies. Many people who use Viome report better digestion, more energy, and an improved mood within months. So stop guessing. Start knowing.
And maybe still eat the kale?
Maybe. Learn more at Viome.com/know. V as in Victor, IOME.com/KNOW. And use coupon code VIOME50 to save $50 off your purchase.
And eat everything blue.
No, thank you.
Fireworks Nation Superstore Lomira has the biggest bang for your buck. Get 60% off specials, instant rewards, and our no-dud guarantee. Experience Fireworks Nation's huge showroom. Truly one of a kind in Wisconsin and worth your drive. Save big money on fireworks. Fireworks Nation Superstore. Highway 41 and 67 across from Piggly Wiggly, Lomira. Fireworks Nation Superstore. Save big money on fireworks. Fireworksnation.com. Fireworks Nation Superstore Lomira has the biggest bang for your buck. Get 60% off specials, instant rewards, and our no-dud guarantee. Experience Fireworks Nation's huge showroom. Truly one of a kind in Wisconsin and worth your drive. Save big money on fireworks. Fireworks Nation Superstore. Highway 41 and 67 across from Piggly Wiggly, Lomira. Fireworks Nation Superstore. Save big money on fireworks. Fireworksnation.com.
Healthy joints, healthy lifestyle. Vince Vetrano for Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin. Arthritis, injuries, wear and tear, common joint issues that keep you from doing what you love. At OAW, a visit to the doctor doesn't always mean surgery. Everyone is different. Surgeons, nurses, physical therapists work together to come up with a plan for you. Maybe it's PT, medication, injection, and if you do need surgery like I did, you know you're in the best of hands. Orthopedic Associates of Wisconsin, there is a difference. Book an appointment online at orthowisconsin.com.
Get the help you need Saturday morning with How To Radio. At 7, it's the WTMJ Fix It Show with David Nason, featuring this week's guest, CertaPro Painters. At 9, plan your dream vacation with the Fox World Travel Show. And at 10, get financial guidance during Money Talk. Contact Annex Wealth Management for an unbiased review of your investments at annexwealth.com. How To Radio, Saturday mornings on WTMJ.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. The Supreme Court has upheld bans on transgender women and girls in high school and college sports. ABC national correspondent Stephen Portnoy has more on the decision handed down at the High Court a few minutes ago.
Justice Brett Kavanaugh's majority opinion says it's reasonable to have separate sports teams for biological males and biological females, citing their inherent physical differences. As a result, the court holds that states may ban transgender athletes from girls' and women's sports, delineating on the basis of biological sex to, quote, reduce the risk of physical injury and ensure fair competition. The 3 liberal justices on the court wrote separately to express their disagreement with the majority's opinion.
The court, in a 6-3 decision, also striking down limits on party spending in federal elections, a victory for Republicans who had appealed. The court also ruling today at some point on birthright citizenship, which President Trump wants to ban if a child is born to a person in the country illegally. This is ABC News.
Outdoor Living Unlimited WTMJ news time is 9:35.
Hot conditions making it tough this morning for Milwaukee crews on scene of a fire at an elementary school.
Crews remain at Lincoln Avenue School near 18th and Lincoln, where smoke continues to pour from the building hours after the fire began Tuesday morning. Milwaukee Fire Chief Aaron Lipsky says crews initially fought the fire from inside before switching to a defensive attack.
They were having trouble navigating the basement and the first floor because of a large amount of stored goods in the hallways, so they were having to clear that out as they were trying to advance their hose lines. Fire was coming up through the floor below them.
No injuries have been reported, and investigators will begin looking into the cause once the fire is under control. On the south side of Milwaukee, Nazir Spencer, WTMJ News.
Milwaukee police released body cameras video from an armed standoff.
Hands! Show us your hands!
Officers responded on June 12th to calls of a man with a gun making threats near 84th and Links. On the video, 22-year-old Jalen Brown asked officers to, quote, shoot him before threatening officers and running into an apartment building. Police first tried negotiating with Brown and shot him. He later died at the hospital.
A woman and her young son are now safe after an attempted kidnapping. This happened in Fond du Lac County.
The Fond du Lac County Sheriff's Office says a 27-year-old woman was walking with her 1-year-old son on the Muscooten Valley Trail in Rosendale Monday afternoon when a man allegedly grabbed her, put a white cloth over her mouth, and tried to restrain her. She fought back, escaped with her son, and called 911. Investigators later arrested a 21-year-old man on suspicion of attempted kidnapping, false imprisonment, and battery. Authorities say they believe it was an isolated incident and there is no ongoing threat to the public. Nazir Spencer, WTMJ News.
The death toll from the earthquakes in Venezuela last week has now surpassed 1,700. The damage is hard to imagine, and for some people here in Milwaukee, it's deeply personal.
Chef Gregory Leone of Amalinda in downtown Milwaukee grew up in Venezuela. Much of his family still lives there.
There's buildings pancaked. In the capital, water has been shut off, gas has been shut off.
Luckily, Leone's family members are all okay, but many towns around them are not. He says inadequate infrastructure intensified the damage.
I mean, this would be a horrible thing to happen to any country. But think about a country that has no infrastructure because the government has not done what they need to do for their people. So it's quadrupled what's happened there. Like, these poor people are desperate for help.
Jessica Tai, WTMJ News.
Time for news about your money. WTMJ Annex Wealth Management Market Update. We're a little over an hour past the opening bell. The Dow Jones Industrial down about 15 points to 52,168. S&P 500 is at 74.47. That's up 7 points. And the NASDAQ up 72 to 25,892. Financial planning at every level. Annex Comprehensive Wealth, Annex Private Client, Annex Ignite. Details at annexwealth.com. Take a look at the roads, your WTMJ Time Saver traffic. That situation on I-41 northbound in Wauwatosa, right near the medical complex. We've still got the left lane blocked due to a crash, northbound lanes of 41, just before you hit North Avenue, so right past Watertown Plank Road. The backups aren't terrible, just a little bit slow, and everything will open up once you get north of North Avenue. It'll slow down again when you get into the construction zone there. Slow southbound on I-41. Once you get past Silver Spring Drive, and things loosen up once again past North Avenue. And in the stadium, sorry, I got more. I'll let you do the weather in a second, Telly. Just want to talk to you about the stadium because you got the eastbound lanes of I-94 slow just past the stadium interchange. Looks like westbound is running okay.
Here is your WTMJ 5-day forecast. Extreme heat warning in effect until 7 o'clock on Wednesday. That's tomorrow night. But today, sunny, hot, and humid. Heat indexed over 105 in some spots, a high of 95. Tonight's very muggy and mostly clear. Slight chance of storms north with a low of 77. Tomorrow, mostly sunny, hot, and humid. Extreme heat warning in effect until 7 o'clock. Storms possible with a high of 96. Thursday, hot and humid. Slight chance of showers, high of 93. Friday, hot and muggy. Another shot at storms north, high of 90. And on the 4th of July, partly cloudy, muggy with storm chances. That's Saturday, and that's a high of 87 on Saturday. Sunday, storms likely, muggy still with a high of 82. In Milwaukee, it's currently 84 degrees. Outdoor Living Unlimited WTMJ News Time is 9:40.
Do you have an upcoming wedding, a bridal or baby shower, maybe a family reunion? WTMJ's John Mercure here. I highly recommend having your party at the historic Fox and Hound Supper Club. Half your dinners are free. When you buy one dinner, your second dinner is free every single night, even for special events. Choice steaks, seafood, pasta. How about the surf and turf? Any entree, buy one, get one free. Desserts, my favorite part, is buy one, get one free. Celebrate a birthday, an anniversary, a retirement, or just a quiet free dinner with your sweetie. Have your company employee appreciation dinner at the Fox and Hounds. Half your dinners are free, and it's a gorgeous setting right in the heart of the Kettle Moraine near Holy Hill. Spectacular views. Gift cards are also the perfect year-round gifts, as your second dinner is always free. Order online and your gift cards will arrive shortly. I've done this many times. Reserve your wedding shower, rehearsal, or family dinner today. Half your dinners are free every night at the Fox and Hounds. Google, call, and reserve.
If you've ever worried about your heart, if you've ever loved someone with heart disease, if you've ever wondered if you're the one at risk, let's remind ourselves that we are not powerless. Because at the Froedtert and the Medical College of Wisconsin Health Network, we're pushing to outsmart heart and vascular disease by working with you personally to understand your history, assess your risks, and guide you to heart strength. By digging deep with tireless research and offering access to leading-edge clinical trials. And for the most serious conditions, including heart failure, heart valve disease, arrhythmias, and vascular diseases, we provide renowned expertise and the most advanced life-saving procedures you expect from academic medicine. So let's get out in front of heart disease. Let's outsmart it. Let's keep pushing so that every one of us can outrun it and embrace every beautiful day life in Wisconsin has to offer. To learn more about our nationally renowned heart and vascular care, visit freighter.com/heart.
9:42 on Wisconsin's Morning News. Additional breaking news from Washington. The U.S. Supreme Court issuing another opinion this morning. We knew there was going to be a landslide here this week as we're up in the final week of the term. And the most recent ruling to come down, the Supreme Court has reaffirmed birthright citizenship. What that means is there was an executive order from President Trump attempting to, as the Constitution states, depending on your interpretation, if you're born here, you are automatically a U.S. citizen. The president looked to limit that, suggesting that, well, if you're born to parents who are here, but they're not here legally, that's not someone who should be a citizen of the United States, their child. Similarly, if you were here on a temporary basis, that birthright citizenship would not apply to all of those families. But the High Court, I don't have the number and how it was split, but it appears the U.S. Supreme Court has upheld birthright citizenship in a literal interpretation. If you're born in the United States, regardless of who your parents are, you are a citizen of the United States. The other ruling that came down earlier was states, the U.S. Supreme Court upheld states' ability to ban transgender athletes from competing in the sports of other genders. So essentially what that means, if you were born a biological girl but transitioned to become a male, it's probably better the other way around because that's the greater concern. You're born a boy biologically, but you transition to become a female. That transitioned female cannot play in girls' sports.
Yeah,
that's been the contention, and again, that doesn't ban it for the entire U.S. It basically says the states have the right to legislate this, and we're not going to block that.
Yeah, and Vince, going back to the birthright citizenship, there's some finality to this now because this had been rejected on every level leading up to the Supreme Court, and now that this decision has come down, there's no more appeals. There's no more.
That's that.
Yeah.
That's the reason they call it the High Court.
Yes. So there is some conclusion to that. And I mean, these are some big decisions that are being made today, and two of them have come down so far. And again, the Supreme Court reaffirms birthright citizenship and the transgender ban as well on youth sports. So but I wonder if that's across the board now, or is that just youth sports?
As I read it, and it basically allows states to do its own rules.
Yeah.
So it says the federal government is not going to step in and tell states that they can't create their rules as it pertains to this. So you may have and will have very different rules in New York than you will have in Wyoming or wherever. And so states will be allowed to create rules, but the federal government will not come in and tell states you can't ban a transgender athlete.
Gotcha.
Federal government will not restrict states' ability to allow that ban.
Yeah.
9:45 on Wisconsin's Morning News.
Hey, remember when your basement was just for storage? WTMJ's Greg Matzik here. With Matrix Basement Finishing, they turn that empty space into the heart of your home. It's what they did for us. Whether it's a cozy family movie night or cheering on your favorite team during the best time of the year to watch sports. From the design consultation to picking out your perfect flooring and fixtures, the process is seamless and done at your home. Get the quality craftsmanship you deserve with no payments until 2028. And visit matrixbasements.com.
Hey, you never know when someone you care about may need a place like Curative Care. Vince Vitrano here for Curative Care. For more than a century, Curative has been helping children, adults, families across southeast Wisconsin navigate developmental disabilities and find the support they need to thrive. What they do there is help families every step of the way. Maybe it's early childhood, it's all the way through adulthood. They connect parents with resources, provide guidance during challenging times, and create community where people truly belong. If you know someone who may be looking for answers and support, a loved one with developmental disabilities, visit Curative Care. It's curative.org. That's curative.org today.
It's that time of year again. The Fox World Travel exclusive July sale with Apple Vacations, and brand new for this year, Royal Caribbean, is coming soon. July is the best time of the year for unbeatable deals you won't get anywhere else. Get the hottest cruise deals or plan ahead for 2027 and pair all-inclusive resorts with nonstop flights. Let Fox World Travel book your vacation and secure your reservation with just a deposit. Visit foxworldtravel.com/July and get on the exclusive wait list today.
No matter what your summer sounds like, Summerfest is the place to be. Congratulations! And WTMJ is right in the middle of it. Come say hi as we broadcast live from the Summerfest grounds all festival long. From the Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin Mobile Studio, we're bringing Milwaukee's biggest summer tradition straight to you. Your soundtrack to summer, heard here on WTMJ.
Oh, we skipped the 80s. Now blazing right into summer here in southeast Wisconsin.
It's about 110 degrees in this room.
Yeah, we get another stupid hot day today and kind of stupid hot tomorrow. And then just plain hot the rest of the week.
Oh, golly, I'm hot today.
Talked earlier with Storm Team 4 Chief Meteorologist Brian Niznansky about the outlook through Independence Day.
Yeah, it's been a huge turnaround. Again, no medium, no just middle standard weather. We go from one extreme to the other. Yesterday, we had high temperatures, mainly lower 90s. If you were right along the lakeshore, you found some relief. Mainly lower 90s yesterday, heat index values around 100 to 105. Now, today, I think the temperature rises a few degrees, and the heat index, of course, will rise a few degrees. I think we could probably top out 96, 97 degrees here in Milwaukee, and then tropical dew points. I mean, the humidity. It's one of those phrases that probably gets overused. It's not the heat, it's the humidity, or but that is certainly the case. Well, actually, it's both for today and the next several days.
Niz, I've only been paying attention to what's going on around here. Are we the only ones, meaning Wisconsinites, facing this extreme heat, or is this a Midwest thing, or is it just a Illinois, Wisconsin thing? What's going on here?
It's a complete Midwest thing, but also extends down into the deep south. Now, it's not as out of the ordinary, obviously, for them, but I would say about 2/3 of the country is above average, and then you have at least half of the country dealing with, some pretty tough heat here. If you just look at, just based off of an advice, there's probably, at least 20 states that have some sort of heat advisory, extreme heat warning, extreme heat watch. So, yeah, this is spreading across the country.
Storm Team 4 Chief Meteorologist Brian Niznansky is with us. We've got America 250, Niz, Independence Day coming up on Saturday. Yeah. A lot of stuff, of course, going on the 3rd as well. What do you – look, we can handle the heat. And I think your cautions are correct. You always tell people, use your common sense. That said, can do anything but rain. So what are we looking at for that potential?
Yeah, unfortunately, it looks like the pattern starts to get active. And this is the question in the forecast. So what you end up getting, and it's already been happening, is something that's called the ring of fire. And it's another one of those terms with weather that, of course, we have to make everything extreme.
That sounds real bad. I don't know.
So ring of fire is a term for what ends up being round after round of thunderstorm that develops along the northern edge of what is a heat dome that sets up. So we have, this large area of the country that has, extreme heat. Storms will ride along the northern edge of that heat. And we've been seeing it across the UP. Now, starting tomorrow, as the frontal boundary sags a little bit farther south, we could see that ring of fire starting to develop farther south. So tomorrow will be our first chance of a shower or storm. But then it looks like that ring of fire parks itself over us for the next several days, including, yes, into the 4th of July weekend. Now, is it going to rain nonstop during that entire period? By no means is that the case. But what that sets up is each day there's at least a chance of a thunderstorm complex moving through that, at least an hour or two of your day is shot because we have thunderstorms. So what our job is going to be these next few days is to time out those rounds, and it's quite challenging. I wish we were better at it, obviously, but it's going to take not until the day before to get a really decent timing on this.
Yeah,
so it's really hard.
Are we going to know, Niz, or are these the ones that just bubble up on you?
Yeah, we'll know. So
Okay.
in most cases, develop out in, let's say, Iowa or Minnesota or something. But until that happens, you really don't have the greatest idea. So it's one of those cases where maybe before you have a better idea. So on the 3rd, you'll be able to, watch the news, watch the forecast, and they'll be like, okay, this is between 10 and 11. This is when this round is going to move through. Until then, it's a pretty much a guessing game at this point.
Storm Team 4 Chief Meteorologist Brian Niznansky. Appreciate it, Niz. Have a great Independence Day holiday.
Yeah, you too. Again, I wouldn't be canceling plans yet, but it's definitely one of those forecast periods that is going to keep tabs on the radar and keep updated with the forecast.
I got this one for Niz. Here you go.
It's not the heat, it's the humidity. It's not the heat, it's the humidity.
It's a good song.
When I shop St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores, every time I come in, it's like a whole new store. It's because new inventory is arriving daily, all kinds of everything. And let me tell you, thrift store prices make buying easy. And helping others at the same time, that's icing on the cake. St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores on Highway 100 in Layton and Greenfield, 23rd in Lincoln, and 76th and Bradley Road in Milwaukee.
You're gonna love it, St. Vincent de Paul.
Vince
With
Vitrano
an ever-changing inventory,
Sorry,
you
not my
never
turn.
know what great bargains you're going to be able to find at St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores. It makes shopping fun because the best finds are the ones you had no idea you'd even come across. And when they're at thrift store prices, it feels good. And it feels even better to know you're helping us help others. Shop St. Vincent de Paul thrift stores on Highway 100 in Layton and Greenfield, 23rd in Lincoln, and 76th and Bradley Road in Milwaukee.
You're gonna love it, St. Vincent de Paul.
Now my turn, Vince Vitrano for Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. When you're out there shopping for windows and doors, it should not feel like a negotiation, shouldn't feel like a game. That's one of the things I appreciate about Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin. Straightforward pricing, honest conversations, and helping folks find the right fit for their homes without inflated prices or high-pressure sales tactics. End of the day, fair final price. That's what matters more than some flashy discount. And when you buy direct through Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin, you've got one trusted team that's handling everything start to finish. It's the same company that manufactures your windows and doors, also doing the selling, the installing, and the servicing with Pella certified installers every step of the way. That means confidence in the process, confidence in the product, and one team standing behind the work from beginning to end. Pella Windows and Doors of Wisconsin, real pricing, premium quality, no games. Schedule your free in-home consultation today at PellaWI.com.
988 Wisconsin Lifeline. How can I help you?
Share hope, find purpose when you become a 988 Lifeline counselor. The 988 Wisconsin Lifeline provides free and confidential support to anyone in crisis. 988 has experienced tremendous growth and more statewide counselors are needed. Staffed by Family Services, 988 counselors work remotely, are offered flexible hours, competitive compensation, benefits, and training. Apply today at 988lifelinecounselor.org. Family Services is an equal opportunity employer.
Paid for by grants from SAMHSA and the Wisconsin Department of Health Services.
Point taken with Scafidi and Bride.
Patriotism and pride is fleeting. It's not an everyday thing anymore.
I actually think patriotism comes a lot more from the relationships and culture to your neighbors, your friends, your family, than a reflection of the government.
Weekdays from 10 to noon on WTMJ. And check out the weekly newsletter, Extra Points, by texting EXTRA to the talk and text line.
I'm streaming your show while taking a walk. Would you consider that a useful screen time?
Yes!
WTMJ, W277CV, and WKTI HD2 Milwaukee from the Annex Wealth Management Studios. This is News Radio WTMJ, a Good Karma brand station.
A reminder, if you want to get that free beer at the Uecker Mural dedication, that's happening about an hour and a half from now.
Whoa! That didn't take long at all!
This is the huge mural, 80 by 100 feet. It's going to be signed today by the artist who created it, Mauricio Ramirez, as there's going to be a big old party for this. Now, 11:30 is the time you want to get there if you want a free can of Miller Lite that's going to be used in the toast. There's a whole program along with this. This is on the Wintrust Financial Center building. It's right near the Pfister. It's just north of Wisconsin Avenue on Jackson Street downtown. And at 11:30, they're going to start handing out beer for the toast. At noon, there's going to be a program emceed by Lane Grindle, Brewers broadcaster. The mayor's going to be there. The artist Mauricio Ramirez, who's going to sign the work that he created as well. You have a celebratory toast at 12:30. And then after that, just a big old party. A tailgate that's set to last until 2:30 this afternoon.
You like brats?
They'll have brats, entertainment, other games. The racing sausages are going to be there, as you would expect. I mean, kind of any official Brewers proceeding ought to have the mascots present. So racing sausages scheduled to appear as they dedicate that mural and will officially be signed by Mauricio Ramirez today. That's at the Wintrust Financial Center. The address, 731 North Jackson Street. That's getting underway 11:30 noon or so today. If you're heading down, bring the sunscreen, bucket hat, and plan to stay cool. See you again tomorrow.
We'd be better off listening to adhesive tape.
These are your business headlines from the Milwaukee Business Journal.
The Wisconsin Center District appoints Board Chair Jim Cantor